My name is Jordan Henshaw.
And my name is Kelly Raybon.
I'm the mechanic.
And I'm the journalist. Together we're Try and Prove It.
Someone has been charged with aggravated murder and is facing the death penalty, so we better figure it out, right?
How do we tell the difference between an assertion that is true and an assertion that is false?
You've got to start with all of the evidence, and you don't have all the evidence just yet.
Okay, well, I have no idea. Whoever, but it's a dot.
Where's the dot?
Right there.
Science is not absolute. It doesn't say this is what happened for sure. It says this is the best explanation we have.
3, start sequence. 1. If one picture is worth 1,000 words, one field demonstration is worth 100 internet conspiracy theories. I'm gonna ask something at the risk of, being wrong, okay? But we're all just friends here. We're all just talking.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hanging out with us, waiting after so many delays tonight. We apologize for that. We're going to go ahead and get started here. Tonight, we are working on a topic that is a very serious and emotional topic. Something very bad happened almost a year ago now, and that's what we're going to be discussing tonight. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is something that really happened, and a lot of people's lives were harmed by it extremely by a lot. And this show is called Try and Prove It. Typically, we focus on conspiracy theories that you try to prove true or false. And with the Charlie Kirk case, we'll have people come on who have a different theory than we do, and we'll sort of debate. We're not doing that tonight, at least not for the most part. We're mostly focusing on having a discussion about what happened, why it happened, and what can be done about it to prevent it from happening in the future. It is basically what happened is there was a flood, and a lot of people, some people died as a result. And there's some questions as to how the response was handled. And this is something that's very close to Kelly because it personally impacted her family. And we also have a special guest tonight who is also directly impacted by it and is impacted by it every single day. And he continues to do hands-on work every single day, just about, for this case and for these families. So that's what we're talking about tonight. Kelly, thanks for coming on, of course.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. And I apologize to all of our audience for the delays. It's been a rough day yet again. A tragedy that, again, and not to sort of deviate too far from the topic at hand, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it because the the family who was impacted today was so kind and was absolutely there for us as we were going through so much. In the aftermath of the flood. So, prayers to the Bush family. As they lost Kyle Bush today.
Yeah.
And I'll come back to that in a minute, but sorry, it was a tough one for us.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring in Ryan here to sort of let Kelly think about those things. Ryan, Logue. It's Ryan Logue, right?
Bigger, like Vogue the magazine, but with an L.
Perfect. Thanks for coming on. We really appreciate you coming on to discuss this with us.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all having me.
So, what I would like to do with this show is start with no context, start with no, like most audience members who I'm anticipating don't know anything about what happened. They don't know anything about the camps, anything about the floods. And I'm sort of in that camp, but I want to sort of be a surrogate audience here, so that we can present this to a new audience here in a way that uh, anyone can start watching this and with no context, and then listen to it all the way through and have a really good picture of what happened. So, um, Kelly, you sent your kids to a summer camp. That's how you got involved with this. Ryan, how did you get it? You live in the area, right?
Yes, I'm a Kerrville resident, Kerr County resident. The day of the flood, reached out to the United Cajun Navy and began organizing the all the volunteer operations that they were putting together, gathering and making sure equipment, finding landowners that we could get access to their property, to find access to different parts of the river that had not been accessed yet, doing anything possible to make sure that if people were found, that we were able to find them.
Yeah.
At that point, the communication was, I don't want to say lacking, but it was tough for us to understand what was going on because it was 100 miles long. We were in what you would call a crime scene for the most part at this point. That was 100 miles long. It's not a normal disaster in that way. And so when we were 15 miles or 18 miles from Camp Mystic, the camp that everybody talked about, which is, about 15 miles from where Kelly's boys were, the communication of how many people were missing, who was missing, what we could be looking for, it lacked a whole lot. And so we had to, as locals and volunteers and just people, just humans, we had to step up and create search and rescue efforts along the river to fill in the gaps where the government, state, local, and federal could not fill.
Can you bring me back to? I'd like to bring it back to before the floods happened. What's your role in the community before the floods happened?
I was trying to figure out my life at that point, to be honest with you. I went through some pretty crazy times about 6 years ago, and they're, rebuilding after something like what I went through. It it took more than just a little bit of time, and at that point, I was trying to figure out, a purpose in life after what had happened. And when the day that flood happened, everything that I felt like had been taken from me when my daughter was taken, when I went through something that I probably can't start crying yet. Went through something that
We're already
nobody should
there.
ever have to go through. That flood gave me back everything that I had thought I'd lost. And so, what was my position in Kerrville? I was just a resident that was trying to figure out life, I guess. I mean, that's really the simplest way of putting it. And
But
when
you're
the
not
first,
law enforcement. You're not.
minus the state head and all that, no, I'm not law enforcement or anything like that. No.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and when I first saw that flood that first time, it turned something on inside of me, something that I don't will never be able to describe to somebody. But ever since then, I've spent, not going to say every day in that water, but as much as I can be, to now clean it and hopefully one day find those missing two people that they talk about, and to make sure that this community gets closure. It's something that I have not stopped doing since July 4th. And I
Mhm.
don't know when I stopped doing that, but I know it's still not the time yet.
Yeah. Kelly, what was your experience with the camp before this?
Oh yeah, and we dove right into it, but we have that video if we want to kind of set the stage for any
Yeah.
of this too.
I wanted to figure out like what was going on before, and
Mhm.
then we could play the video and then get into that story.
Yeah.
So, like, had you sent them to this camp before? What did you know about
Yeah.
it?
So Braden had been to camp with this. I'd intended to have all of these things loaded in, but Braden had been to Camp La Junta, this all boys camp. Okay, so for those who may not understand summer camp in Texas, okay, it's like institutional or something. If you get into one of these camps, then I guess it's like it is cool, and these kids stick together for years and years and years and years, and it is a thing. All right. And so he was in Camp La Junta, and it's an all boys camp, and he had been there. This was going to be, or that was going to be his third year. And I felt like he was running the show already. Now for Brock, my youngest, who had just finished kindergarten, had just turned 7. That was his first time at camp. And for the boys, that was their first full day at camp. Like, they had just gotten there.
That was their first time period, or just in that year it was the first day?
No, Braden had been there 3 years.
Mhm.
But for Brock, it was his first time. And it was their first day of this session last year. Yeah. And so for Brock, for example, he didn't even know his counselors' names, let alone the other. Figured out the situation yet. I mean, we're talking a kid who had just finished kindergarten when all of the chaos went down.
Yeah.
But of course, no one was expecting anything like that. Everyone's just expecting a, good old fashioned, big time.
Yeah, of course. It's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be life-threatening.
Anything remotely dangerous. Yeah. And so you're accustomed to getting these, you get pictures when they first get there, you get photos, like you're notified, they draw teams. They're on the like one of two teams, kind of like minor little notifications, but that's it. There is no other communication. There are no cell phones. So like no electronics allowed at camp. Not only would those electronics really not work because there's not service there, they're not allowed at camp anyway.
Now, did you drive them there, or did they take a bus? Or?
No, they took a bus. So it's 5 hours from where I'm located, from Houston.
Great. Now that we understand that background, why don't we go ahead and play this awesome video that Kelly has?
Catastrophic flooding hit central Texas in the early hours of July 4th.
And breaking right now, flooding disaster in the Texas Hill Country. Lives lost and families desperate for answers, waiting for news about their loved ones.
The death toll continues to rise in Kerr County after a flash flood ravaged the central part of the state.
51 people, including 15 children, died when flash flooding ripped through parts of Texas.
They are heart-wrenching 911 calls from the horrific flash flood emergency in Texas. People pleading for help.
A frantic search continues to find 27 children who were swept away while staying at a Christian summer camp.
People screaming in the river.
This came at night. An entire summer's worth of rain fell in some parts of the state in just a matter of a few hours.
And families desperate for answers, waiting for news about their loved ones.
This morning, the search for the missing intensifies with another another round of rain on the way.
Camp La Junta in Hunt, Texas is one of the summer camps that was ripped apart by
Two
the
brothers
floods.
who went camping this week are grateful to be back home in Houston.
Two young brothers, Braden and Brock Davis, were attending Camp La Junta.
Two young boys are here today to talk about how they made it out of that area safely.
We're joined now by Kelly Raybon, along with her 9-year-old boy, Braden, and 7-year-old Brock.
I remember and I hear kids screaming from outside.
Our bed starting tipping over, and like we got to the top really quick.
The United Cajun Navy's Deputy Incident Commander, Ryan Logue.
Now, United Cajun Navy Texas Deputy Incident Commander, Ryan Logue.
At this point, it is just doing everything we can to find every bit of peace and closure that we can for all the victims' families. That we want closure from this in a way to where it's not about what happened, but it's about what we can do to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Okay. Back to this one now. So I think, Ryan, you have more awareness of what happened. Like, what was the first thing that happened in this sequence of events? Did you hear something on the weather or in the news, or did you have a feeling something was going to go down?
So that night before, there were mixed reports through the locals on what kind of actual weather alerts that they had been given. Many of us, I remember getting one. I want to say it was at 1 or 2 in the morning, saying that there was, a flash flood warning. I don't remember getting anything outside of that. I'm a little bit of a weather nerd in that way of I like crazy weather and all that. If I would have thought it would have been anything close to devastating in any way, I would have normally have stayed up to just see what ended up happening. And there was no part of me that really felt the same kind of urgency that I would have in any other situation.
Now, how long have you lived in that area?
I've lived here in Kerrville for 10 years now, coming up in September.
And how frequent were flash flood warnings?
So flash flood warnings are becoming more and more frequent out here at the moment. We are seeing more of them, especially since this flood. We're seeing more and more of them, between the droughts and now, because I believe after the flood, they are, the powers that be will say, are a little more sensitive to making sure that alerts are put out if there is any sort of risk in any way.
So they're sending out more alerts, not necessarily because there's more activity, but because they're more paranoid.
That would be a little bit of my assumption, because these storms come through and they are, they're pretty healthy storms, if you will, but at the same time, we've been getting these, for all of history, since the weather, alerts that we get on the phone started, and we're not, these aren't that much bigger than what you saw before. You're just now seeing more of them. And it was like 3 days after the big flood, it was 5 days after the big flood. 5 days after the big flood, we had a second storm that came through. And, they told us, get out of the river, huge 5-foot wave coming down, all XYZ. Nothing ended up happening. There was a overreaction by the state in a way for some of these things, but a lot of it's them making sure that, I don't think they want any sort of, what would you want to call it? They don't want any liability coming back on them after what happened last year. So at 2:33 in the morning when this all happened, the chain of events happened in the water. It's hard to there's so many accounts you can go through. What the survivors from Mystic, the landowners that I've talked to from all up and down the South Fork River, their experiences, and the way that flood happened is still something that none of them are able to describe to me and give any sort of precedent to. That's a big part of it, is that they can't, we get floods we live in what they call flash flood alley. it's not it's not a secret that we get floods here. But the type of flood that we had, the type of flood that the way that flood manifested within the surges and all that, there's nobody. I have a hard time finding anybody that argues that they've seen any sort of precedented event of something like that.
So when you see that text message come through, I've seen those text messages come through myself. I never think anything of them because I live in Delaware and I don't live right by a river, so I don't really think anything of them. Have you ever had one of those text alerts come through and it was actually something you needed to respond to that made you safe?
I mean, I live in town in Kerrville, and I mean, as a crow hops, flies, jumps, whatever you want to call it, I'm about a mile and a half off the river. So nobody's where I'm not. I mean, I got text messages that morning when I woke up because I slept till 9. The flood, where that flood was, so I live in Kerrville, which is 17 miles, about 18 miles from the true heart of the storm, up on the South Fork, in between the South and North Fork of the river, um, where the mouth is. And that area, that's far enough away to where when it's coming down, like what they talked about, and what ended up happening, I didn't wake up from it. To be honest with you, like I slept till 9 o'clock that morning. I woke up to people texting me, asking me if I was safe. For some reason, I don't know if they thought I was homeless, but I wasn't sleeping next to the river. And so luckily I was safe at that point. It But at the same time that you get those, and it's like if you know somebody on the river, maybe you reach out to them and say, hey, by the way, you've got some weather coming your way. Or you give them some sort of just, hey, by the way, I don't know if you're watching the weather, but this is coming. It's simple like that. You don't, you never expect at 2:30 in the morning for what they said was an inland tsunami, as what it was described as. You don't expect a 14-foot surge to come at 3 in the morning. That's just not anything that I can find anybody that's lived here ever experienced.
Mhm. What was the first thing that happened that told you that something really significant was going on?
So when I finally woke up, when I woke up and got in my car after I went through the text messages, and I turned on the news and saw, probably one of those clips that, from what Kelly just put on there. I saw one of those and I was like, what in the, what is going on? Like you can't fathom it, because you sit there and go, how did I sleep through it? And I went to bed. It just mathematically I had a hard time making sense of it. So I got in my car, made my way out of my neighborhood, and I got to one of the restaurants and went out to their back deck. And it looks over what we call Nimitz Lake here in Kerrville. It's one of the dammed up areas where the river gets real wide and deep. It's right in the middle of town. And I went out on that back deck and I looked up river, and it was the first time I saw it. And the restaurant's called The Boat. Um, I went on that back deck and I looked up river, and you know, the Guadalupe River is covered in these 120, even larger foot cypress trees that are absolutely drop dead gorgeous. How one of those could get torn out of the water or out of the ground, I'll never understand. But I saw one of those floating down the river, coming down the lake. And as I looked down to the left of it, downriver, I saw this, what looked like a whirlpool starting up. And at that point, I looked at that tree, looked at the whirlpool, and saw they were right in line with each other. That whirlpool swallowed that tree like a toothpick. I've never seen any. I mean, I started crying. That's the first time I cried about this, because I realized there was much more going on than what I could ever have imagined at that point.
The world felt like it was breaking.
Yeah, you think of those movies like I don't know, I'm not a movie person, but in days kind of movies, you think about those kind of things and you go, is this what this is? Is this the rapture of the church? Is this, I mean, what craziness is about to happen right now? Because this just didn't, I mean, it just felt like something so much greater than ourselves happened at that point.
And I mean, Ryan, I know some of the folks that I've talked to, including someone who was at my son's camp. You know, anyway, I'm not allowed to get into their full story, but
Hey, Kelly. Ryan, is she
yes.
breaking up for you too, or just for me?
It's both of us. She's got some
Are
hiccups.
Are you on your Wi-Fi?
No.
Okay. Just keep going. Sorry, I think I missed a part, but I think I can fill in the blanks.
Okay, maybe I need to like re-enter.
No, I think you're probably okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about every 45 seconds or so. I get a little about 5 or 6 or maybe 4-second little.
Sorry, I don't know. Maybe we have weather or something. But anyway, just I mean, someone who who I talked to who ended up getting swept up in the water. It's just it was so terrible. I mean, there were multiple people at camp who ended up getting swept up in the water who like they won't tell you about. It's just so crazy how many stories end up like were literally like swept under the rug or under the I don't know, under the proverbial riverbed. And I don't know. There's so many layers to this story, you guys, that the general public does not know about.
A big thing is like what you're talking about, how people were swept up, and there's so much. The water. So the way the water flowed during, if you look at the flood maps and the way the water maps from the flood, our county commissioner, our county engineer in this town, passed away about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, and he was the one person that had the flood maps and all that. And if you look at, because of how the flood came down, how this water came out of some of these tributaries and the way that it did, we had a lot of backwards flow during the flood. There were people that were found upriver from where they had initially been that night before the river took them. It's there. We got to a point when we were doing our searching for Seal and Jeff at the 3 months out and it would be at a point to where we'd see things where it'd be people's personal remains. We talk about how there's up to an 80-foot, the water got 80 feet up above its normal spot.
Hey, Ryan, can I pause you? Ryan, can I pause you for a second? Can you come closer to the screen?
Sorry, I was
so
getting
that way the
comfortable. There you go.
audience can see you. Yep.
Yep, there you go.
And then I'm going to refresh. Because I can see. Yeah, I'm going to refresh because I see I'm breaking up. But yeah, if you can come closer to the screen, Ryan, because I don't want the audience to lose you.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to recycle.
All right.
I'll be back.
I'll be right here.
Flow.
All right. There you go.
So you had people going the opposite direction.
You have, you're finding people's person, and it's like, I'm going to try to talk, when I talk about this stuff, I want to try to talk in a way that, we lost people, yes, but we are 10 and a half months out from that flood. Talking about what happened to those people is something that we've discussed so much. So when I discuss these things, I'm going to try to keep it to where it's people's personal remains. I found upriver, instead of saying we found victims. One, it'll keep me from crying. Two, it will keep me. I don't know. I feel like those deaths have been honored, and we've discussed them enough in that way that it's a little easier for me. But we're finding people's personal remains or personal stuff half a mile upriver from it. The Guadalupe River, especially on the South Fork, has, golly, I can't remember what it is, but it's like 200,000 acres of of surface land that feeds into different tributaries that feed into this. So, they discussed that we had 18 inches of rain at that point, that night. And that's on that 200,000 acres or whatever it is that are feeding in to just one of the two, or both, that are feeding into really both mouths of the Guadalupe River. So the storm centered. So the Guadalupe River, when she comes back on, or whenever y'all can bring a map, and there's this North Fork and the South Fork, and they converge in Hunt, Texas.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. This is,
So
I think, what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so that's the lake where I initially saw it. So right where those letters are in the middle of the lake, or where pretty much right there is, yep, right about that, is where that tree got swallowed, if you will.
Mm-hmm. So it got swallowed. So there was I
believe there's some sort of like a sinkhole created. I don't know.
You'd think it would just go, I don't know which way it flows. You'd think it would just
It would just keep going. Most all of it kept going down the river. I mean, so Canyon Lake is one of the reservoirs for the Guadalupe River where they store drinking water. It's a lake for recreation as well. It's 100 miles away almost. So if you zoom out and you go all the way to Canyon Lake or New Braunfels, Texas, and go down that river, you're going to have to go out. That should be that right there. Is that it? Yeah.
Right. Medina Lake?
What is it?
Medina Lake?
Oh, is that Medina? Oh, is that Lake Medina? Okay, no. You're going to go farther. Sorry, you're going. I wish I could zoom in. So you look at Canyon Lake, or no, you're going to go farther north. Go back up to where that other lake was. Sorry. So go north of San Antonio.
Canyon Lake.
Yep, right there. There you go. That right there. So that is where the Guadalupe River fills into. I think it took 2 days, if I remember correctly, from the river in Kerrville for those floodwaters, or is a day, I can't remember, day or two for those floodwaters and that surge to make it down there. That lake got filled up with trees. I mean, 100-foot cypresses somehow made it all the way down. People's personal remains, the things we don't want to talk about, all of that made it all the way down there. And that's 100 miles away. And there are points of that river that they are not wide. They are, I mean, what you would almost call, if you didn't, if you were just dropped off there without anybody knowing, you would think that it was a creek, not a river.
Mm-hmm.
And these trees were bypassing those areas because of how high it was, and making it 100 miles down to Canyon Lake.
Wow.
So the sheer force of the storm was like we were talking about earlier. It was unprecedented. It's hard to find anybody that can sit there and say that they have found, that they've experienced a storm like this. They talk about the 100-year storm from 100 years ago, where the river rose this much and all that, but that was a storm over 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
That was, I can't remember how many total inches it was. It was close to what we had this time, I believe, but it was over a 3-day period. So the water backed up, it was that dark, murky color. It wasn't rushing water like it was this time. This water rushed, and it rushed for 5 days straight.
So Kelly, back to your perspective that night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You go to bed, I guess, and then there's a phone call?
No, actually, no phone calls whatsoever. No phone calls. No. In fact, I can read to you guys. It'll take me a little longer if I pull up to put it on the screen. Put in a text. And so I'll read to you.
I can put it up if you wanted to put it up.
Yeah, I can screenshot it. Yeah.
To summarize, what did it say?
I mean, to me, it downplayed it in the real magnitude of things
Yeah.
that I would like for folks to see.
Mm-hmm. What were
Really.
your thoughts when you saw it come through?
There was a little rain event.
Mm-hmm.
A little rain event.
And when does that come through?
You're okay. So here we go. I'm gonna send you the series of. I'm gonna send you the series of them with timestamps because this is important.
So we're going to look at the text messages that Kelly received.
Yeah.
In lieu of a phone call. Maybe they didn't have enough people on board to call everybody.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe. They had an email. Yeah, well, maybe. You can give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, here's the thing is that I think as Ryan could say, phone systems were down. Okay. We could give them that, right?
From what I understand, yeah, communication in general and Hunt, once you pass the Hunt store, which is right in the, when you come into Hunt, once you pass that, depending on before the flood, once you pass there, service, depending on who your carrier was, I mean, shitty at best half the time.
However, I mean, that does not mean that they did not have any service whatsoever. And I do know that, I mean, there were kids there who were able to call 911 that night.
Yeah, yes. No, I mean, 911 services, yes. From up and down the river, 911 services. I mean, I've listened to as many as I can handle of those calls. And yeah, there are ones coming in from from the Mystic area. Once we got to a certain, at a certain time, there were all up and down. You can get it through. However, it does. I'm just setting the precedent or the, kind of setting that.
Yeah. But I just mean like
when you got
even
there.
What I mean is like from the boys inside my son's cabin, it is so disturbing to hear teenage boys calling for 911. And the owner of the camp, knowing that the owner of the camp is apparently still asleep in his bed, or has not left his on-site residence yet.
Okay, I have these images here. I want to make sure they're in the proper order. The one that says text a random code, is that number one? Or text?
Yeah. I mean,
okay. And is that okay to publish?
Yeah, whatever I sent you is fine.
Okay. Publishing now. And your phone's about to die.
Well, surprise, surprise. I'm living on the edge always.
Okay, what I see here for the audience who might be listening, it says your camper has arrived safely. Lovely. Let the CLJ fun begin with, what is that called? SpongeBob text. So a friendly little message there. And then Kelly says, hi, is the Where's Waldo app being used this year to identify photos? I guess that was the photos that they would send you when they got there?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
And then I guess a individual gives you instructions on how to find those photos.
Yeah, I think it's probably an auto response, or I think some of this is probably auto response or whatever. So I would say that it's really like significance. And sorry, Ryan, if we're putting you in a spot.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I
And
know.
then it
So,
says,
like, I'm always conscientious of this because, like, I don't necessarily have to play nice with the folks who are, you know, I don't have to interact, right, with the people who are there. Yeah, like all the time. I live 5 hours away from these people, and like Ryan lives nearby these people. So I just want to be conscientious of that.
And my opinion on so much of this is, you know, in general, before we go any further, is like I've said 100 or not 100, but many times already tonight, this was unprecedented. This wasn't a flood that we could have ever predicted in the ways that it was. There's so much about it that still remains questioned. I know why Kelly's perspective on it is what it is. I've talked to her enough and heard her side of it that I get it. And I get it completely. And then I also get from the perspective of the people that live here, the people who are interact at that river or have lived on it their whole lives. And, you know, there's both sides have that valid point. I just don't ever want to be a person that gets into that part of the controversy of what could have happened in that way of that night, because from my perspective, I will never be able to know what exactly happened because of that unprecedented, because of the mixed match stories that you hear. It's hard for me to ever sit there and be somebody who has their position. But when I hear Kelly talk about it, I understand 100% why she has the perspective that she does.
That's fair. That's fair.
So I want to figure out what this story here is in these text messages. It says Friday the next day at 6:47 a.m. It says CLJ, that's Camp La Junta. CLJ, families, we had a flood last night. Everyone is safe. Power and phone lines are down. We will keep you updated. I've seen a lot of, you've shown me photos and videos of this where it looks like it's in the middle of the night, but this is only being sent at 6:47 a.m.
Yeah.
And that would have been like sunrise.
Yeah.
So why did nothing go out like during the actual flood?
Beats me.
Okay. And then the next message, 8:23 a.m. the same morning, everyone is safe, accounted for, and in good spirits. Was that true?
No, that was not true. That was
We are
not true.
working with local authorities for an action plan. The highway to Hunt, that's the city right beside Kerrville, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
there's
and it's a small. So it's
the
a small town. Yep. And and I'm sure y'all were probably going over the geography, topography as I was off. But yeah, it's like, yep.
So where did it go? Where's Chrome? Hold on. I need Chrome. Where is it? Why is it not coming up? Hold on. There it is.
And I can show you some pictures too on top of that. That it's
Yeah,
just
so you can't see. This is Kerrville.
Yeah,
right
so
here.
if you zoom out, oh, sorry.
And I want to pause for a second. I don't know. I don't know. I see this Chuck person popping back in. I don't know what their deal is about Camp La Junta versus Mystic or something. But anyway, like I'm not going to go rewind back through all of the comments, but clearly we are talking about Camp La Junta versus Mystic.
Yes.
But just because my boys were at La Junta and not Mystic does not mean there were not major problems. Great detail, the problems that my kids lived. Okay.
I think Kelly, I think that was important. You glitched out. Could you repeat that last sentence?
Yes. So we're just saying that my children were at, my boys were at the all boys camp at Camp La Junta, not Camp Mystic. Camp Mystic was the all girls camp. Okay.
Yeah.
Where the female campers passed away. There was no loss of life at Camp La Junta. And so want to make that distinction, but that does not mean that there was not major problems at Camp La Junta as well. And so that is what we were talking about.
Yes, we're primarily telling the story of the boys' camp. Kerrville is right here, and then it looks like I think this is. See, this thing zooms in the text so you can't see it, but I think this is Hunt. Yeah, this is Hunt.
Yeah, so Hunt right there where that star is where it says where it has Hunt, you'll see that there's two convergence. There's a converging of the North and South Fork on there.
There we go. I made the text bigger so we can actually see it. Okay, and then we can go back to, if I can get this down, we'll go back to the text message here. At 8:23 a.m., it says everyone is safe, accounted for, and in good spirits. We have a claim that this is false. We are working with local authorities for an action plan. The highway to Hunt is impassable. EMS, Emergency Medical Services, says do not come to the area. Please be patient. We will communicate as we can. Our top priority and focus is your children. Again, everyone is safe and accounted for, end quote. What are your thoughts when, so 6:47 a.m., Kelly, are you awake then, or what's the first message you see?
Yeah, I didn't see it honestly until about 9 something a.m. because I had stayed up. Knowing me, I had stayed up. I'm a night owl, and I had stayed up. I was working, and I wasn't out late on the 3rd. I was just up late working, and I woke up to like push notifications on my phone about a weather event in the San Antonio area. Nothing related to like camp stuff or whatever. And in fact, these notifications were in my, at that time, Apple was already putting these notices like in the other folder. Do you know, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Where if the number is not familiar to you or something, which is now why I have it saved, like as Camp La Junta. At the time, I didn't have it saved. Anyway, so once I saw them, it was quite disturbing to me. So I reach out right away to a friend of mine. I've got one of my best friends from college who I was in her wedding. Her name is Casey, and I reached out to her. She's a realtor there. She's fabulous. And so I was like,
where?
In Kerrville.
Okay.
Yeah. And this was long before I knew Ryan. And
she's your contact in the area.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And we've known each other for 20 plus years. And so I was like, hey, are you okay? First of all, sounds like there was a big storm last night. Like, are you good? I something like that. You good? Sounds like there was a big storm last night. Not thinking that there was a major flood, just sounds like there was a big storm. And then in the meantime, I'm also starting to power up my computer, and former news reporter me is also firing up my TV and thinking, all right, I'm going to put on YouTube on my TV and live stream a San Antonio TV station on if it's really that serious, try to figure out what's going on. Well, I mean, boy, I'm glad that I did, because I ended up live streaming, one station on TV, one on my iPad, one on my computer. I mean, I was firing it up, information from every platform I could get it, because once I realized how serious it was, and I'm going to show you, now I'm going to load in the video that took me over the edge. And when everybody sees this, they're going to understand why.
So I guess Braden didn't have a cell phone.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Braden didn't have a cell phone to contact you directly.
No, was not allowed. No, was not allowed.
And they didn't. Did he have a phone and they confiscated it?
No, just it's not allowed to bring with you at all.
You couldn't even bring it with you at all.
No.
You want me to add this to the stage now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
There's people in it. Oh my god, there's so many people in it. Please tell me you're getting this on video. Yeah, Kent's over.
So for people listening, what we're watching is a video of a cabin floating down a river with kids inside. When did you receive this video?
So I actually found this video on TikTok mid-morning, and it was initially labeled as being Camp Mystic, and that's the girls' camp. But if you listen, you hear male voices, and I'm savvy enough to know that Camp Mystic is an all-girls camp, and there would not be a bunch of male voices. And I knew from having been to Camp La Junta multiple times in the past that I even, to double check my mental work, I pulled up years past of photos from Braden's previous camps. I pulled up pictures and I said, yep, this is what his cabins look like. And I was convinced. I'm like, this is Camp La Junta. And at that point, my heart dropped. My stomach felt like it just went to mush. I called Braden's dad because I'd already called him earlier, and I said, hey, I think that this storm is a lot more serious than what these text messages are sounding like.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw that video and put two and two together, I got real worried, and I felt like things were definitely not adding up.
Yeah.
We're not in the clique. We're not legacy families, I guess you would say, a legacy family. And so like we didn't really know other families to reach out to know like, hey, are you hearing anything? Do you have any news about what's going on? So we didn't know.
So there was no phone number you could call. So like if something were to happen, I would think, okay, I'm going to try to call the camp and someone's going to answer the phone. There is no phone number with the camp.
No.
And there is no website where you're going to see live updates, nothing like that.
No.
I'm going to pull in the next text message now, I think, if it will work. It's upset with me. What have I done? I think this is the next one. Yeah, here we go. Now I made it big. I don't want it to be big. Can you stop this, please? Just there we go.
Oh, and so if I could describe the situation with that cabin that was just floating by. So that was the first thing that gave me I guess you could say more than it wasn't like full blown solid proof, but it was like the leading proof that La Junta was in a beyond a pickle. All right, so let's pause it right there. If you could pause. So the cabin that is floating, it actually has some there were four, is my understanding, four young men in it that were, say, 19, 20. They were actually like staff members. They have a technical name. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Braden is going to be upset with me that I don't know the name off. You know, he's probably going to come down here and correct me. But anyway, so they were inside there. So there were actually guys in there, and I have spoken to one of their parents. And so again, like I'm 100% certain that there were young men, boys, whatever. I don't know. What do you guys consider kids that are that age? I still consider them kids. Anyway, whatever they are, they're floating. They may as well be Huckleberry Finn for all I'm concerned. Anyway, if they would not have, they hit the side of this other cabin, all right, that you see pictured in the background, right? And that is where Brock is. Brock and about 59 other campers.
And I don't think you can see my mouse, but the one in the right part, it's like completely
In
underwater.
the foreground. Yep. And so at that point,
Foreground? Wait, foreground or the background?
Excuse me, background. And so at that point, Brock is on the rafters. So we're talking, has gone from being on the bottom bunk to the top bunk to being hoisted up by his counselors onto the rafters. And I can show you a picture in a moment. Okay, onto the rafters. In the dark, no power, of course, as the water is rushing in and filling up the cabin. It has burst out the windows. It has taken out the doors as this cabin has disconnected off of its foundation and bumped into then, these boys' cabin. It takes out a side of this other cabin. It is scary.
But this
Nothing
is what they're saying.
could have compared these kids. Nothing could have prepared these kids for that. And on top of that, let me just add, all they had were some flashlights and zero training. Zero. Even though the camp owner testified in front of the state legislature later testified under oath that the camp counselors had been trained on all emergency evacuations. Anyway.
So then you text
Sorry,
back.
Ryan. I know you're cringing over there, but
As you bring up subjects, I'm actually doing a proactive thing and taking notes. So, shocking, I know. So, but yeah, just making sure things that you touch on, I can remember to touch on at some point too. So,
I want to get through the rest of these text messages quicker so we can get other topics here. Kelly, then you text, please share evacuation plan. How far is the river from the cabins at this point? No response, just the automatic response. They say at 2:02 p.m. Wow. Everyone remains safe and has been fed. We're working closely with authorities. So you must have asked them close to 11:21 a.m. Please share evacuation plan. How far is the river? And no one's responding for 2 hours. No response.
Yeah. It was, of course I had tried calling the camp, but it was, either I'm pretty sure it was just it was either not working, that like or just ringing. Honestly, I do not remember at this point. It was clearly a very traumatic and chaotic time.
So at what point do you get in the car?
Oh gosh, I got in the car sometime in the midst of all of this. I do remember that I remember Dan Patrick, our lieutenant governor, starting a press conference saying that, and he was quite candid, saying, and I was already in the car at that point. I remember when they said that he was going to be holding a press conference, and I thought, uh-oh, like if he's gonna be giving a presser, it's serious.
It's not a little flood.
It's not a little situation. It's big. I knew, again, it's like my reporter sense, I felt like, was kicking in the right ways. Anyway, and it's like that gave me enough tunnel vision. I'm sorry, you guys, if I'm drifting a little bit. It's just it's a lot to like walk down memory lane on this. So yeah, getting in the car and feeling just, I put the dogs in the car. I brought a change of clothes for the kids. I brought my my rain boots. Like, I didn't know. I brought some towels. I didn't know what I was going to be getting into, how long I was going to be gone. I brought dog food. Like, I didn't know if I was going to be gone for days.
And you don't know. You don't know if your kids are safe.
No, because of course, remember, like, even though I got this vague text from the camp, I'm not hearing from them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then look, you guys, now we know that, for instance, Camp Mystic, the girls' camp, some of those parents had been told that their daughter was okay, and then turns out wasn't.
Mm-hmm. So 2:02 p.m., they're saying the earliest possible evacuation may begin around 7 p.m. The earliest possible evacuation may begin around 7 p.m. In the meantime, families from out of state, Houston, and I think that's Dallas, Fort Worth, please make plans to head this way. Families in Austin and San Antonio, stay put for now. Important, wait for specific pickup instructions. We must avoid overcrowding the area. But why does it take until 7 p.m. to evacuate?
Ryan, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes. So the way that, so if you look at the topography, if you will, of the land along Highway 39, which is the highway that runs through from Ingram into Hunt, which Ingram is we'll call it the midway point. It's the town between Kerrville and Hunt. When you get on that highway and you look at the topography, once that highway floods, there's no way of anything getting in there. You know, we had the buses that, they talk about with the Kerrville drivers that pull people out. They got in and out of there within minutes of not making it. When it comes to the evacuation, you talked about the communication part of it. It was hard as a local who was trying to get in there to help for us to get communication of what was going on. They had it locked down. They were not allowing people in unless you had certain certifications, all the things which I get. But at the same time, you're hearing about camp deaths. It's like what Kelly was talking about. You hear about camp deaths. You hear about these losses. You hear about all the stuff that's, very fear-based, but you never got like very much specifics on it. So that's why when I say, like, when I hear Kelly's story, like, I can't imagine what they went through because, you know, as locals, you're trying to do the same thing. It's not a camper that lives in Hunt, but it's a family member, it's a friend, it's a client, it's a whoever. And you can't get a hold of them either. And you can't get for sure answers from anybody what the situation is there. And so the evacuation part of it, when it comes to a lot of this, I don't want to say I have grace for it, but I do understand that the way that topography is, the way that water was rushing outside of Starflight, outside of air support for them to get back across that river. I mean, boats couldn't get across that for a while. I mean, the amount of calls that you hear from first responders going, if I put my boat in that water, it's a death trap.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that multiple times. You know, they're responding saying, I'm not going to do that. That right there is, you know, it shows that chain of events that would affect an evacuation in that way.
So you were cut off on all sides then.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, they were trying to, you know, for that first 24 hours, they were really trying to regulate who's going in and out of that area. They did for a long time. I mean, there was a checkpoint, you know, for like 3 months just to get in and out of that area. You had to be a responder, part of a nonprofit, or with the state or federal or local government. That you know, for a long time, but they had it locked down to where yes, they were trying to minimize the chaos in an area that was already chaotic, if you will. But when it comes to these, you know, the communication that I'm seeing in these texts and all that with Kelly, you know, that you feel like that would have been a higher priority for these parents. That's something I would.
So yeah, the communication for sure.
Yeah,
So
I
like
can't imagine the fear. I can't imagine the fear going through your heart when it's your kid there. And so, you know, as much as comms are down, you know, obviously these were able to get sent to some extent. I feel like not a play by play because nobody needs more trauma, but clear communication, yes, could have been something that would have led these parents to probably a few less therapy sessions down the road.
now I'm imagining this river here is the one that flooded, right? If you're tracking my mouse.
Yes, so when you get to Camp La Junta, right there where the marker is, if you go to the right up, if you go up of that, or let's see, Camp Stewart. So if you go follow that river to Camp Stewart, that's the North Fork. There are two forks of this river, the north and south, and they converge right. I mean, not right at, but just at Camp La Junta. I mean, they are I mean, they are just, yeah, they're just upriver that convergence. And so right there to get past that point for many, many, many hours was, I mean, pardon my French, but damn near impossible.
Now rescuers were on which side?
They were on, so they were able to get on both sides because they were getting in, they were coming in from air with air support.
But the ground people.
The ground people were getting brought in through 39, as from what I understand, because I mean, like I said, I couldn't get there, and those early morning hours are so chaotic that you don't you don't get a clear idea of what really happened by play. That they were able to make it up and down 39 by the time they knew something was happening. It was just that, you know, at certain points there are rescuers that were saying we got as far as we could, and then we realized it was either our lives or, you know, we could try to save somebody or we're risking our lives. So they made it all up and down, but it was once the water started going down, once daylight came out, is once, you know, that was when there was that true response started happening. Because you have to remember too, that part of the river, you go to Camp Mystic, that's 5 miles almost to the dot, if I'm not mistaken, from La Junta to Mystic. That right there, you know, you're traveling at, you know, I think it's what, 13 miles an hour or something like that. I can't remember what, or no, 13, yeah, 13 or 14 miles an hour, something like that. Those waters are traveling, you know, once they get, you know, you don't know when that, you know, they talk about a 14-foot surge. You don't know when that's going to hit. You don't expect that. So a lot of this evacuation, a lot of the response got really hindered because of the like I've talked about, those unprecedented aspects of this flood.
So overnight, the night of the flood, when it first started, Braden and Brock, I guess their cabin starts filling with water, and I think Brock has to go up into the rafters. What happened to Braden's cabin?
Yeah. So, in fact, I apologize. I should have sent you, or I don't know if you have any of the pictures. I should pop in a
I
couple of.
do, but we have like a lot of text messages. So I thought about pulling that up,
Yeah,
but
here.
I would have to
Hold on.
scroll.
Here, I'm gonna
through.
put here. I'll put some. I think I have a couple of them handy. Hold on.
So I would imagine they probably went to sleep and then they were woken up by.
Yeah. So for Brock, he was woken up to a wet mattress. He could feel that he was on a lower bunk, and he could feel that his mattress was wet. And then his counselor woke up. I can't remember if he had said something to his counselor or his counselor said something to him. Honestly, I don't recall. But regardless, I remember him telling me I remember him telling me a couple of weeks later, and this is just kind of like the way that trauma works, and you learn a lot about how trauma manifests, and sort of extrapolates out when you go through something like this, right? And you're helping another person through it as you're going through it yourself, while working through therapy together. But one day that first night, once I'd connected with him, he didn't remember anything, you guys. He was, and sorry, I'm going a little out of order, but when I first saw him that night, he was white as a ghost. He was like, and I could show you a picture too, but he was about this pale. He had on another kid's clothes. He had no shoes on.
This was when you were there in person.
When I connected with him, yeah, when I was reunited with him.
And when was that?
That wasn't until like 8:00 at night.
The next day.
On the 4th. Yeah, on July 4th. And I can show you that picture as well.
Was he still like wet?
He wasn't wet. No, he'd been sitting like in a gymnasium for a while. Once they had been.
I want to go through the story from their perspective. So Brock wakes up to a wet mattress, and the water level continues to rise, rise.
Yep.
And then what happens?
Yeah. So counselor says, okay, we've got to, thank God. A couple of the counselors, so they were in this cabin that was quite large, almost like
image. Want to put this up?
Was there an image that I sent over? Yeah. So this is, for example, an image of as the water's starting to rise. This is, you guys, we're not talking about like pretty water. We're talking about nasty, disgusting, impossible to see through, dark, thick water.
Mm-hmm.
And it is pitch black, middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m. Terrifying. Okay, no power, no sunlight, nothing. And you're, in Brock's case, 7 years old. Okay. And you're in an unfamiliar place, etc. full of
So this is his first
debris,
time.
maybe animals, maybe who knows what.
Is this his first time away from first night away from you, Dad?
Yeah, I mean, definitely first time away, at camp. Probably first
Away
time
from
away
family.
from me, away from family.
So the water level rises up to close to the rafters.
Yeah, at this point, these boys are sitting on top of showers in this photo. And I'll go on to show you more pictures in a moment. But they're sitting on top of shower stalls. So the foot that you're seeing is on top of a shower stall.
Does the water continue to go up? Does someone
Yeah.
swim
Oh,
to
yeah.
rescue them?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. So there were kids that were so there were about there were about 60 kids in this almost like a triplex of 3 cabins that shared a bathroom facility.
Mhm.
And so there were like showers and bathrooms and then cabins, or sort of bedding areas on, 3 sides of that. Right. And so that's one structure. So you could call that one cabin, but really it's like 3 different cabins in one structure. And so that's kind of what we're talking about, that housed probably 60 kids. And in there, we're maybe talking about, the camp has never given me as a parent firm numbers on any of this stuff, has never communicated with me on any of this.
Really?
Yeah. And I've been probably the most vocal person on all this stuff. I've gone to the state legislature twice. I have gone and spoken to the camp director in person myself.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked to him on the phone multiple times. They didn't invite us back to camp this year, but anyway, yeah. So anyway, so the boys are sitting there. They're told, thank goodness, there were some Eagle Scouts. Thank goodness they had the wherewithal to climb up.
Yeah.
Climb up instead of swim out.
Yeah.
Because had they swam out, no telling what would have happened.
Yeah. But how were they rescued?
They weren't.
How did they get out?
They waited.
For how long?
2 hours, 2 hours. Time, they don't really know. But the 911 calls, they made 911 calls, which, I can link those in the description later. They are heartbreaking because 911 told them just keep some of the teens, and we're talking, you guys, these counselors are like 15, 16, 17 years old. And they're calm as can be and very professional for teens, you guys, but they're like, hey, we've got a lot of kids here and we really need some help. We're like running out of room. Are you guys coming? Are you coming? And they're like, yeah, we're on the way. But what they didn't know is they weren't coming. Am I wrong, Ryan?
So, like I said, it was kind of sit up like a normal person. Like I said, it's tough because
lean in closer so we can see you.
There we go. I'm sorry. All right. It's hard to say because there's so much.
I want to make it clear for anyone just tuning in. Ryan was not responsible for this.
Yeah.
This isn't in any way he wasn't responsible. He was just on the outside at this point.
And he's local. He's in the area, and so that's why I've been very focused on the Charlie Kirk stuff the last few months, and so in the event that I've missed any more recent developments, that's why I keep asking, like, have I missed anything? Is there anything? I want you to please clear up anything that I may have missed.
100%, and that's where, with it, it's like I was saying, as a local and somebody who has continued to be in a part of this process to this point, there are parts of this to where, unless you were there that night, it's hard to really know what happened within certain areas of that stretch of Highway 39 from Ingram to Hunt. When it comes to, them saying somebody's on the way, I do know of stories and people who are first responders in the area and that were part of the state response that said they got down Highway 39 and realized that they had nowhere to go when they were on the way towards these camp areas. I think an overall more failure within this whole system that, it will end up being looked at and all that is that communication within Hunt. Like I was saying, once you got to the Hunt store, communication got varied or got pretty shitty for the most part. What we end up getting now is we need more cell phone towers. We need more communication bases so that if something like this ever happened again, we have a foundation for people like Kelly to not have to be sitting here reliving something so traumatic where she wasn't given the answers that she should have been, at least in a much more timely manner. But when it comes to these kids getting rescued, for them to get extracted from that site, it's so hard to say what happened that night. There were, like, I've talked about them 100 times, it feels like now. There's those unprecedented parts of the flood to where you don't, like, who knows what happened to those people on the highway. They could have easily have had people out there, but they got turned around by that 14-foot surge.
I imagine what it was like for the 911 operator listening to
when they finally released those calls, that was something about that was, they got flooded with them. They were, oh God, that's a horrible pun, but they were overwhelmed with calls, and they were from people within the same camps. They were from people. There's not even, we focus so much right now because of Kelly's story too on the camps. There was 119 people they talk about whose lives were taken. There was also every house along Highway 39 was also putting in calls to 911. They were getting so many, and they were trying to keep everyone from kids to grandmothers to parents to uncles to animal owners to whoever it was. They're trying to keep them. They were trying their best with the skills that they had and the training that they've been given to do what they needed to make sure that people were staying calm and, less tragedy happened within a tragedy.
And that's some of the context that's lost in a stream like this, and in our context, Kelly, is it wasn't just the camps, it was everyone.
Yeah. And I told Jordan, I told him before we did this stream, I said, please, like, I do not want to make this, just about our situation. There's so much to talk about with the camps, and like, I mean, I could talk about this entire region like for weeks on weeks on weeks on weeks. And Ryan, you know my heart. You know how much time I've spent there, how much love I have. I still have my sign in my front yard. I still have my I still have my ribbon around my tree. I still have the logs in my front, like, yeah.
And that's, and that's where, as somebody who wants to make a difference within all this, from the little parts of me cleaning the river to hopefully maybe one day helping figure out truly what is a long-term solution, what is a way that we can look at this, and I hate saying it to some, somebody who's in your position, but we can step away from the emotion of it and we can all look at this as, okay, you know, my kids were my kids were influenced by it from this. These families lost people. This community has been devastated in ways. We can step away and all come together and go, okay, we have these solutions that the state's trying to give. However, we need to make sure that all these things that are being done from all up and down the river actually do help prevent lives being saved, and they're not just regulations to make life tougher, if you will. Like when they talk about the camp regulations right now, because the Mystic stuff's so live on the news, that's something that is being discussed greatly. The Miss Eastland lost her medical license or her nursing license today. They've lost their camp. There's all these things, but the problem is that no matter what in any of these camps, what regulations you put in, what safety precautions, all of these protocols, unless you can do it when there's thunder and lightning going outside, rain is coming sideways, and the river is coming up, all these things are wonderful, but you've got to put them into practice. You're telling me a 17-year-old, if you say, hey, by the way, when the river comes up ever again and pushes a bed to the ceiling, this is what you're supposed to do. We can keep adding regulations upon regulations, but they have to be common sense. And that's where you find that there is, if I feel like personally, I'll say this, I feel like there's a disconnect between what lawmakers want and what the locals would think is true common sense regulations.
Yeah.
So Brock is eventually rescued. Probably, is it daylight when he's rescued?
Yeah. Here, let's see. I thought for some reason some of my photos were not.
I see the one of the inside of the camp.
Okay, wait, before you get to that. Oh, that's right. Some of the HEIC photos or whatever won't show up. Hold on one second.
Screenshot those if you need to.
Yes. Yeah, give me just a sec here.
And then I want to go back to what was going on with Braden.
Yep.
So we're going to look at some more photos of the cabins that were uprooted and destroyed.
Yep. And maybe a video as well.
Perfect.
Do MOV files work in this? Because for some reason it's not wanting to load in an MOV.
The best luck I've had is MP4, I think.
I wonder if I text you the.
I can,
or maybe if I put it in.
Text it to me, I can make it work. Or if it's on your laptop, just put it on our shared folder.
Okay.
That would probably be easier. But okay.
Here we go. Okay.
This image here. Oh, I remember that image. Do you want that one up?
Yeah, why not? So there's that one. There we go. Okay, so I'm showing you guys this one. It's an example of the boys who, again, they're sitting on top of the shower stalls. And one of the moms who I had spoken to, whose son was 15, a first-time counselor. And I want to again stress that these counselors did not receive, I'm told, directly by the counselors and the counselors' parents. They did not receive any formal training as to the evacuation plan, emergency plan, any of that prior to this. Otherwise, they would have acted on that. As he's sitting here, his job was to look at the emergency exit that was in like illuminated in red, okay, above a door. And once it went under the water, he was to continue staring at it in case they needed to swim for it and push out. And he was going to grab a couple of boys and try to push out with those boys.
And there's nothing
Imagine under the emergency exit. Like, just imagine how that kid is going to look at an emergency exit sign for the rest of his life.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's those little things. Okay.
Yeah.
It's those things. Another kid whose mom I spoke with, if you see this fan here, said that quietly, yes, and absolutely, lemon curd. In fairness, the counselors did so well. They are the ones who I credit because they, amongst themselves, pulled it together. They did. They did. Absolutely. So, and they had to keep these little boys who they literally had for like 24 hours. They didn't even know all their names yet. I mean, they didn't have a rapport with these kids yet. They were young anyway, and they're in a high stress, unpredictable situation. Okay, so anyway, in this moment, they're talking about if they had to pull down this fan and use like the hole in the ceiling as a way to get out. And if that could be a way out of the ceiling.
Yeah.
These are the things that you would never think that you would have to potentially consider when you go to camp, when you wake up one morning, you know?
Mm-hmm. What's going on? This is Brock's. What's going on with Braden?
So Braden is hearing, there were a couple of cabins that did evacuate. And so Braden, because this was his third year, Braden had actually been in one of these cabins previously for 2 years. This is where typically the younger kids are. And the reason why, and much like with Mystic, they keep the younger kids closer to the water and like further closer to the river and like further sort of downhill, I guess you would say, it is because it's like less of a climb. It's closer to the dining hall, closer to activities, things like that. Like it's less of a strain to walk.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Braden is hearing a lot of the ruckus. He's hearing definitely a major storm. He has no idea what's going on with Brock, but he's seeing a lot of flashlights, but he has no idea what's going on with Brock. And so that entire like day, he knows that there's chaos. They're forced to stay inside their cabin all day. Braden was essentially unaffected in terms of like, he didn't go through the trauma that Brock did in this way. But he was terrified as to if Brock was okay because he didn't see Brock until they were finally until we were all reunited. He wasn't even on the same evacuation bus.
Mm-hmm. When do
there
you
was even a girl from Camp Mystic who, washed up at camp La Junta. So, I mean, yeah, there was all kinds of crazy stuff going on. They had a drop. If you, I don't know, sorry, I don't recall if you read that text, but there was a drop that was received from. I don't remember if it was a plane or a helicopter or whatever it was. I mean, it was crazy, you guys.
There's a plan for a helicopter to drop supplies, it says. When do you arrive, Kelly?
So it was around 8 p.m., I believe.
It's 5 hours away.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
and
when you arrive,
it was crazy.
where do you go? What do you see?
Actually, ask Ryan a question because I'd like to, if I could, I'd like to pull up a video that kind of brings us into why I was so upset earlier, speaking about Kyle and Samantha Bush. So if you could ask Ryan a question.
Sure. Yeah. So Ryan, what you're okay, that's right. You went to see the overlook of the river. What do you do next after you see the tree get swallowed up?
So the first, I mean, and call it God, call it the universe, whatever it was, but it was the next thing I saw when I kind of got my composure back was the people behind me at the table that had walked into that restaurant too to kind of look. The lady goes, "I wonder if the Cajun Navy's coming out here," and I was like,
"The Cajun Navy,
United Cajun Navy, the first responder or the search and rescue group that I volunteered with."
Okay.
And reached out to them, and he started giving me tasks to do, and from there on out I just started getting done whatever he guided me to. And then as hurdles or anything like that got in the way, we figured out solutions for it as time came across. And
you were already a volunteer with the search and rescue group?
No, this is I got into all of this through the flood.
Okay. So how do they know to contact you? How do you get involved in the first place?
I bugged probably the shit out of the president of the United Cajun Navy that afternoon, just like, what can I do to help y'all? Finally, I guess they did the background check on me, did their little search, and we're like, all right, how can you help us? And I said, tell me what to do. And within about 5 or 6 hours, I had, everything they needed done. We had locations set up. We were, at that point, even serving barbecue to people. I was working with landowners to get access to their property to where we could set up search sites. Just anything small that I could do, or Laura, however you want to word it, I started doing. And that day, so that would have been on the 4th, on the 5th, when the waters receded a little bit, we were able to move down towards Center Point and begin getting into the, getting in near the water and searching for people, searching for anything that, could help bring closure to people.
Now, did you have any training in search and rescue?
No, at this, when people ask that, it's like, there's a point where there are people that were up there doing some of the rescue stuff at, near La Junta, near Mystic at 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Those people, they're training, that's that's something that, they've been working their whole lives for. When it came to what we were doing that next day, so much of it is based off I don't say common sense. It's just something that is ingrained in you once people are missing. Once after I talked to the Cajun Navy, I went to, it's just hard for me to say. I went to the visitor center, or the victim center, which is a church right up the street from my house. And I saw the girl who's still missing, Seal Stewart's father. And I saw another girl who we lost in the flood. I saw her uncle walk out of there, and I played baseball as a kid with Seal's father and with that uncle. And I saw Seal's face that first time, and I have a 7-year-old daughter who turns 8 next week. it turns on every part of your survival instincts to where you may not know exactly what to do, but when it comes to helping find closure for these people to help do anything you can to help them, there's nothing that really can stop you.
Can you walk me through some of the first tasks you were doing? Just for someone who's never worked search and
Yeah, I
rescue.
mean, so when we set up at the Center Point Volunteer Fire Department, it was getting the, I posted once United Cajun Navy said, bring in volunteers, start getting operations set up. you know, I went on Facebook and started posting, if you're wanting to come help, if you're wanting to, whatever it is that you want to do, please reach out. This is where we're meeting. I started, posting on Facebook. We had thousands of people along Highway 27, which may have been a good thing, may have been a bad thing because of maybe a little overcrowding. But we were the at that point for myself, it was organizing the volunteers, making sure that certain search areas weren't, had people in them and that there weren't too many people there, making sure they were safe because so many of the people that responded that volunteered who didn't have search and rescue or maybe had limited, they were driving in from Amarillo. This is the July 5th, and I'm having people from Utah calling me saying, "Hey, I just pulled into Center Point, Texas. I got your number off Facebook. How can I help you?" And I'm like, "You just drove 16 hours and this flood happened 24 ago." And they're showing up and they're willing to do whatever it is. People driving down from Montana with tractors, with all their equipment from their ranch on the back of a trailer, pulling that into Kerrville. The response, what you saw as a humanitarian effort by not people who do humanitarian work, but by humans themselves, was something I've never seen before. From Western North Carolina to any of the disasters we've seen since this flood, Texas showed up, and the whole country showed up for this community, and it's something that it's hard to even describe what we saw here.
What were some of their names, their first names?
Pardon me?
What were some of their names, their
The
first
people that
names?
those people that showed up.
Yeah.
If I could, geez, let's see. There's from East Texas. People within 6 hours of the flood from East Texas were showing up. Two Alexes. There were people from storm watchers that were showing up. There were people from nonprofits all over. If I started naming people, I feel like I'd leave somebody out. And I feel like no matter what anybody did in this response, what they did made a huge difference. I hope if anybody's watching this that ever did show up as a volunteer, search and rescue, filling pantry cabinets,
Mercy
whatever it may
chefs, like, go on.
So don't eat too much Mercy chefs at one time and you'll be all right. But they just showed up. In that first week, I will say $1 million in barbecue was possibly wasted in a good way because that many people showed up at their barbecue pits and were just cooking along the highway, dropping off sandwiches to people at search and rescue sites. People who had hydration companies, the IV hydration companies, they were set up along search and rescue sites to make sure people weren't getting dehydrated, and we didn't have any more victims from the flood from the aftermath. The response was something else. It really.
But Ryan, you dove in literally too.
What's that?
You dove in literally too.
Once that water was safe, it was hard to keep us out of that water. You don't want to, no matter how many skills you have in that water. Luckily, as a child, water is something that I'm very comfortable in. However, like I said, those natural instincts kick in, and it doesn't matter what skills you have. You just know that people are missing, and you want to make sure that they're either found, they can be saved, or whatever it may be. But we found that starting July 5th, in Center Point, which is 20 something miles from Camp La Junta, Camp Mystic, we were finding 15 or 12 miles from Kerrville, we were finding victims down there. And that's when we realized how powerful this flood truly was, because those waters came down, but 15 miles away, you're still finding these victims.
It's like, imagine your kid is drowning in a pool and nothing is going to stop you from jumping into the pool. It's like that for weeks on end, and it's way more kids, and it's the whole country. It feels like it.
And it's the whole country watching, people wanting, because of how politicized and how much media this flood gained, there were so many answers that were expected real early on. We're 10 months out, and the questions that Kelly and I, when we met at the hearing, the questions we were asking are still being asked. But at that point, people were wanting immediate responses to something that, there's no possibility of getting that immediate response to, or that the immediate, solution or answer to that we were hoping for. And that's where, we sit at 10 months later is a lot of questions. They talked about cloud seeding right before the flood, or right after the flood, they talk about cloud seeding. And, a lot of people address that. It's something that's commonly talked about now. However, when it comes to these hearings, when it comes to what we're talking about within this event, that's being ignored. There's cases, I saw somebody, I was trying to read these people commenting on the podcast online, and somebody talked about how the river rocks, there's an increase in the limestone bottom, and there's these large river rocks on there. We have a lot of displaced earth around the river now that doesn't make sense from what the kind of event that they've talked about is. That's my personal opinion. I don't know what the solution is, but there's a lot of discussion about aquifer issues, shifting of the ground. There's a lot of things that, as we've moved out 10 months, the questions that Kelly and I were once asking, they've seemed to have shifted, but those questions are still there, because it's all about what put Kelly in this position. What put Kelly into where 10 months later, we're on a podcast talking about what happened there, but we don't have any answers.
Mm-hmm.
That is, but those questions that we asked, we're still looking for those answers. We're, and we're the target, right now you've seen online, I don't have cable. You see on TV, we'll say that we are, we're after the Eastlands. We're after Camp Mystic, because that's where those 27 girls passed. That's, they were responsible for their lives, is how they, it's worded, and I get all of that. But they're focusing on a group of, they're focusing on these 27 girls' lives, when there's 119 people that we talk about that passed in this flood. There are it wasn't just this one camp. It was all the way up and down the river, where people were camping, where people were living, where people were, all these things, that the response there was that's, if you go to Ingram, where people were taken away, that is, anywhere from, it's 5 miles, that's another 7, that's 12 miles possibly, about, or excuse me, that's about 8 to 10 miles from Mystic, depending on where you go. You do that with the water travel speed. Ingram had so much more time to respond, but people's lives are still taken. But we're worried about what happened literally within miles of the true heart of this whole storm. There are more, it's not regulations, it's looking at this whole event now from a very much broader perspective of what truly happened and how we can stop it. And if it's from, local governments pumping, chemicals into our aquifer system that made it unstable, or if it was just rain, that 18 inches that somehow created a larger flood than we're ever used to seeing. Whatever it was, we're not looking to blame. We're looking for answers, and we want to figure out how we can stop this from happening if it happened again.
Yeah,
And right
I
now
mean,
it's just a blame game. And as a local who, like I said, like I get where Kelly comes from. I get where the families of the Mystic families come, the parents of the Mystic girls come from. Like I'm friends with them now because of what I do. It breaks my heart to hear this stuff about what they're going through now, what Kelly goes through still with her kids. It, but they're putting this on. They're without us finding an answer, without solutions. We live in the past as opposed to instead of looking to the future and knowing that we're safe, we're still living in this past scenario. And it's not getting us answers from the state level, the federal level, the local level. It's not getting us answers. It's just creating more chaos around it when I believe there are other, I don't say people to blame, but there are other factors within this that we need to be looking at as well.
yeah. And I think that that is a principle that applies universally, like whether it is we're talking about, a lot of the folks that follow us or joining us or, are used to us talking about the Charlie Kirk case, or other topics, like whether we're talking about that or the floods or a variety of other things. You guys, this is a universal issue. The fact is, until you get to the root of the problem, you cannot fix if you don't fix what's actually broken, it's just going to continue to break. It's going to continue to cause more pain.
Yeah, if you don't fix what's broken, the ones who got broken by that situation will never be able to fix them. Will never be able to heal. And I'm saying never be able to heal, but there's a part of that healing process where answers are that was called detrimental to that process. And on an individual level, I see it with a lot of the people that are out here that I'm friends with that survived. And then you also see it at a communal level. Our community is looking for an overall, like, okay, here's what happened. It's not going to happen again. Or if the event happens again, here's what we have set in place. And we can move forward with it. Right now, it's like playing pinball with a solution because it's just a blame game outside of a discussion on what we can do about it.
So we have the video. Would you like me to share the video now, Kelly?
Yeah. I put a few different media
So this is
pieces.
the video. This is the video you texted me. I converted it to play now.
So this is after the fact. So there's a few different things. This is Ryan probably knows. Well, this is Oh gosh.
But yeah, this is so here. Is this the pile at La Junta?
Mm-hmm.
So this pile's at the back entrance of Camp La Junta. It's the trunks. It's the personal remains or the personal effects of the campers there. Scott, the director of the camp, found me there because I was not aware of what it was, and apparently this pile was from the campers' families who picked up their stuff and tossed it out. Can I verify that or not? No, I leave that to Kelly, but that is what I was told at that point. Since then, this pile, from what I understand, has been buried. From what I understand.
And I shot this video I shot this video on July 31st. I went out, August 1st. I testified in the public hearing on July 31st, and then I went out there on August 1st, and then I did speak to Scott, the owner of Camp La Junta, on that day as well. But yeah, that's just one of multiple piles.
You want me to play the Instagram one now?
Yeah. But I mean, I just wanted for folks to envision, like, and that pile also, it is dug into the ground. Like, I don't know, how deep would you say, Ryan? 8+ feet?
Wait,
deep?
say
Like,
again. Sorry, I got it.
how deep would you say that?
Oh, that pile right there from the bottom to where that spot is right there, that was 12 feet.
Yeah. It was, I mean, massive. Just, yeah. It's like one of these things that you have to just see to believe. Like, it's bizarre.
So that pile right there, just to put it in perspective as well. So that pile right there, that was 20 yards long, 8 yards wide. Like I said, probably 12 feet high. Those piles, there were probably 400 of them from Camp Mystic all the way to Ingram. And that's not to minimize what this is. That's just to put into perspective how much debris was up and down that highway.
Yeah.
And that's not including the houses and parts of camps and parts of
like I have videos and stuff and that, and I can do another stream on that, another time. I don't want to, belabor the point too much, but it's just, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's sad. It's a lot to take in.
When it happened, it was weird because it almost felt you didn't realize how word this another way. You didn't realize the extent to which all of this was because it felt very normal after a very short period of time. It was a weird feeling to have that you would see this, but because it was so much everywhere that it was a weird, what do you even call it? It was something that happened from the flood that was so bizarre, but you saw so much of it that you almost became used to it too quickly.
And for the folks, Ryan, who were living there, right? Okay, so also want to remind everyone, and sorry, maybe I will pull a video up for perspective, because it is important to remember that people were live in this beautiful area because the river is magical. Okay. It is gorgeous. It is special. People love living by water. Like, water is life. It is. And so anyway, then you look at this and it's like it giveth and it taketh away. And so suddenly this thing that drew you in and made you want to live here, suddenly you're living next to something that you resent and that you feel all of these negative feelings toward. And that is something that Ryan is combating. I think the entire community is combating. And so, like, having these massive piles of trash, having, the debris, all this stuff, like, there's so many layers to this. Like, living in this mess for weeks on end, you guys, and the stench and I'm just telling you, I was going back and forth, 5 hours there, 5 hours back, whatever. I wasn't having to live in it. He was living in it.
What's crazy is that if you watch a lot of the news segments during that time, people would be slapping their faces, and you'd always see the comments of people on the line. Why? Well, it washed the bats away, or it washed out the bat nests or homes or whatever underneath the bridges, so the bats were not around to then eat the bugs. And so you then have these overwhelming amount of gnat things that were just attacking you. And I think it took about 6 weeks for them to all, like, the bats to return and for them to get it under control. But I mean, it was, it took about 3 or 4 months for you to drive down 39, to drive around the community and to feel a sense of, I won't say normalcy, but you began to feel that sense of healing. And like Kelly talked about, there's that part of it where people, So there are people that still in this community, because I have a group called Green Ribbon Project. I clean the river. One day I pray to God that we were able to find that little girl and that man for their families. But as we do it, people reach out to me and they're like, I can never get back. You see the post on Facebook, I can never get back in that water. That's sacred ground. That's all that. And I get part of that mentality of it. I can get where people can see it that way. But at the same time, that river's healed us for thousands and for since it ever became a river. And it's our time to heal that. It's our time to heal that river so that this community can move forward. It's summertime again. People are starting to sail. They're starting to swim. They're utilizing the spots that the groups that are out here cleaning have cleaned. People want to get back in that river, but you have these two sides where some people just will, they may never feel safe in there again, or they saw too much and they may never be able to just feel that freedom or that they will never feel the essence of that river in the way that they did before ever again.
Yeah. I have the Instagram video. Would you like me to play that now,
Yeah,
Kelly?
sure, please. That'd be great. Thank you.
I can't get it full screen, but that's the best I could
That's
do.
fine. That's fine. Yeah. So just to set this up a little bit, you guys, I had mentioned earlier that I had that the boys and I had gotten to know Samantha Bush and Kyle Bush, and the Bush family, and so it was terribly sad to learn of Kyle's passing this afternoon. And Samantha had me on her podcast in October to discuss the flood. And she and I had become friends online over the last few years, but I had been a big fan. My family has been big fans, whatever, of Kyle Busch for, I don't know, almost 20 years. My dad has been like the ultimate NASCAR fan for forever. And so anyway, it was such a treat when she had the boys and I and my mom and dad out to Charlotte, to their home track, and ultimately to their home to record, not only to get to see Kyle race, but to also record this podcast with her. And so it's wild that we're talking about this topic tonight. And so I just wanted to share this little piece.
Okay.
You reunited with the boys?
So around 8:00 that night, I'm driving up and pull into Kerrville, and I'm following my ways, and so I see these state troopers directing traffic, and I'm slow rolling in, and then I see all these people standing outside, and in tears. Well, it was a funeral home, and people were identifying bodies, and it was directly across the street from the church where we were picking up our Camp La Junta boys. And it just still like breaks my heart to think that it was the story of two very different situations. And it's just not, it's just not fair. It's not fair.
I can't imagine what those parents went through.
And it's like we were one tiny street separated, and I just have to drive past them.
When were you reunited?
So that was the first thing that you saw?
Yeah. Yeah. And as I was saying, we were just one tiny street away from the families who were identifying the bodies of their loved ones who had been recovered. And it just did not seem fair. But, you know, everyone was doing the best that they could with logistics, obviously, in that moment. It was just like hard to celebrate anything in that moment.
Then what
So,
happened?
I mean, I love, you know, I will forever be connected to the people of the Hill Country, to Kerrville, to Hunt, to Ingram. I mean, Ryan knows this. I've done fundraisers for them. I got a just this week. I got an invitation to someone who I've done a fundraiser for. Did a volleyball fundraiser for in the fall, who she's moving into her house and having a little housewarming party, finally being able to live in her home after, you know, almost a year. And anyway, it's just the whole area has a very special place in my heart.
So it's 8 p.m. You pull in, and there's stuff going on across the street. You pull into your side, and then what happens?
So their dad, the boy's dad, had actually he was in Austin, which is closer than where I was. So he just so happened to have just beat me there. So he just picked up the boys ahead of me. And so we powwowed around the corner and met up at a restaurant. And yeah, I got to see the boys and give them a big ol' hug. I knew going into it, again, reporter mindset kicks in, and I know that I cannot be emotional whatsoever. And I'm in the zone. And I don't know what to expect, right? Because I don't know at that point if my kids have been through anything at all. They could have not seen a thing.
Yeah.
The last thing I would want to do would be emotional for no reason. And so anyway, but when I see Brock and he's wearing some way oversized hoodie and shorts and no shoes, I knew, and white as a ghost, I knew it wasn't good.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, I just hugged him. And, you know, I asked him if he was okay. And anyway, he didn't say much at dinner, but we took a little picture together and to just kind of like mark the reunion. And I asked him, you know, so what are you, you know, so what happened last night? And he said, I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew, okay, that means don't ask anything else. Not in that moment.
Yeah. How do you stick around, or do you go back home?
They came with me. Yeah. So they rode back with me, you know, that night. And yeah, so it was we had dinner together, and then we rode back back to.
How do you?
Yeah. And of course it rained, you know, rained all the way home. But it was the most beautiful. I remember in that photo. And Ryan, I don't know if you remember that evening, but it was the most, and I'll send you, Jordan, so you have it. You can put it up on screen. It was the most beautiful sunset, which was also, you know, eerie and I don't know what the word is, surreal kind of thing.
Serene.
But it was just the most colorful sunset.
The message to all those that were impacted that it's going to be all right at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it doesn't make
Rainbow.
sense. It doesn't make sense right now, but like it's gonna be okay.
Like a rainbow after
It
So
Noah's
was
there's a
flood.
picture. There's a picture from about a week and a half after the flood, I think it is, where a perfect rainbow stretched over the sky or the skyline of Kerrville, and let's just go with it. Was shared quite a bit along social media. Is very much a sign that we know with after everything we'd been through that everything was going to be okay. We were like, okay, we after a community gets impacted like this, you just look for signs. You look for some sort of hope. You look for some sort of something that just lets you know that it's not always going to look exactly like this when it comes to the chaos that's in front of you.
Oh, that's that photo. I think I've
Yep.
seen that photo before. Hold on. That's a happy photo.
I mean, yeah, all things considered.
Oh, it's HEIC. That's why you can. It's a happy photo.
And you can see, I mean, even Brock's face though, like he's like
And this is the sun. Can you come over here, please? Then there's the sunset photo. That is a beautiful sunset.
yeah, I mean, it's crazy how vivid it was. And so the place where the weird thing is the place where we're eating is right. Ryan, you might recognize it. Golly, now I can't think of
Trying to look at
what
that.
it's called. Hold on. I'll be able to pull it up on it's Ringo's. Ringo's on the river.
Yeah, so that's right. I mean, that's 100 yards down from that first spot that I ever saw the flood at the boat.
And so you can see right there, like all the sand or dirt, whatever, you can see how the water had risen, right, all the way up, and then that it had gone back in off the bank. And it looks so serene, but is what a contrast in that exact area, right, of what it must have been like. Oof.
So you guys go back home. When do you start asking questions? When do you start coming back? When do you start trying to figure out what happened?
I mean, I get the next morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did you first start
I
realizing
started
that
the next day.
something? When did you first start realizing something was off?
I knew the next day. Like, I mean, I actually started doing TV interviews the next day, just because I knew, again, as an investigative reporter, that no one else was going to be in the position to talk. And I knew that in my heart of hearts, there was something wrong. And that if I did not, at least I didn't have to like say that something was wrong, but if I did not share if I didn't speak up at all, then the media does not pay attention to the story. Okay. That's just the way that it works. If no one is going to interview, if no one is going to return the calls, then no one pays attention to the story and the media moves on. Simple as that. And so, I'm like, I've got a story to tell. And what's so interesting is in that moment, the boys wanted to talk about it because they were proud. All right. And at that point, I had no idea that I was just grateful that the kids had survived. I knew that it felt weird, whatever had happened at camp, but I didn't know that it was as much of a failure, in my opinion, as it had been. And it was, Brock had not shared any details, right? Because so far all he had said was, I don't remember. It was not until that media interview that he first said, well, we went into the rafters, and it was the reporter who said, that doesn't make sense. And I had never heard him talk about the rafters before. And so anyway, I didn't really think much of it, but sure enough, that little boy was telling the truth. So anyway.
Can you tell me about this photo?
Yeah. Actually, Ryan was there for that. That's one of the times that I went back. That's in an area behind where I'm standing. Thank goodness, the camp that is in that area was not in session that day, because there probably would have been a massive loss of life there. But sadly, the owner of that camp did lose her life as well. She was there.
Yeah,
Is that right, Ryan?
Camp that we're near right there, it's Heart of the Hills, which is I don't know, 100 or half a mile up from like Crider's Dance Hall and all that. If you go look at where the flood line was and within the amount of time that they would have had to make decisions based off its distance from Mystic, you do all the math, it's hard to believe that anybody would have made it out of that camp possibly with what happened. And that's where it's like it's hard because these camps have been here forever. Mystic, La Junta, Heart of the Hills, all these camps along the river have been here for so long. And we've seen floods hundreds of times, but we've never seen anything like this where a building that's off on the other side of the highway and is 3 stories tall, the second floor of it is completely destroyed.
Yeah.
And that's why it's like, I could never discredit any emotions or feelings that Kelly has about anything, because what her kids, I know Brock and Braden, awesome kids, talked them through a lot of this stuff. It's so hard though, because there was such a chaotic event that it's so hard to say what really in that moment anybody could do differently. It's just so hard because I've seen so many floods in my life, but nothing that, nothing where it rose up to 80 feet. None of that ever makes sense. If you look at the numbers, just none of it makes sense. And that's why it's like people who are in pain, people who are angry, our community will always, like Kelly was saying, like the Hill Country always holds up, will always hold a dear place in her heart, if you will. That same feeling extends from everybody who lives here towards anybody that was affected by that flood. And we know that what their pain comes from. We get it. We do hope that we can stop the blaming as much and all look for that overall, like I was saying, that overall solution, because that overall solution is what saves 119 lives, not just 27. If that makes sense in that way. Like it's so hard, because it's like I hear Kelly's story and it's like I've heard it from Brock and Braden themselves. I've heard it straight from their lips, and it breaks my heart to hear it. It breaks my heart to hear that there were breaks within, command chains, all of the things that went wrong, that did go wrong that night. I hope that stuff, there's a way to find a way to address that stuff, I guess, and for us to find solutions for it, so that not just can we fix a problem, but we can all move forward. From people in the community to Kelly alike. and to Braden and Brock and to everybody that was affected, so we can all move forward.
It's like,
So-
I mean, I want, you know, like I want, we've fought for law changes, you know, my boys, and we can bring this up in a minute, you know, my boys, I've testified, now twice before the legislature, and even my boys have gone to testify in Austin as well. I'm so proud of them for that. But it's like we couldn't even get an apology from the camp. Instead, we got kicked off of their mailing list. You know, it's so disappointing the way that things went down. And we were very, very respectful.
And,
So.
and you would hope that how they are now targeting Mystic in that way, that they would, if they're going to target, that they're going to do an overall targeting of La Junta, of all of these camps, to look at a systemic issue, because right now they're just focusing on one issue as opposed to something that, you know, the systemic aspect of it is what brings Kelly the ability to know that kids aren't going to go through what her kids went through in the future.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep it kind of linear here so I can kind of.
I'm not good at that, by the way. So yeah, you're gonna
There's
have to
so
help
much
on
to
that
talk
one.
about.
I'm a little
I'm
smart
trying to like get first this happens, then that happens, then that happens. And you guys are going all over the place because you guys have lived it for so long, but I'm just hearing it for the first time. Ryan, can you walk me through you've walked me through the first day and the national response, the first week, the first couple weeks. Can you walk me through the overview of how it goes from this massive international response down to where you feel like the last man standing?
You know, when you order like that, it's, you know, it's exactly kind of how it happened. Is, you know, you just get this dwindling down of the, you know, of state and local and federal responses, to where you go from this massive response. I mean, it looked like, I'm guessing what Iraq looked like in 2000 and, well, whatever year that was. It was a military operation. And then they start moving it, you know, once you get past the point, after about a month or 2 months, a month and a half, 2 months of, you know, they have to move from stage 1 to stage 2, which is search and rescue and response, to then recovery, long-term recovery recovery aspect of it. That you start, you know, it moves in from having all these state teams, search and rescue groups, to debris tech, and to the state Texas Department of Emergency Management, then moving in. And what happens is that these groups move in, they're all contracted or brought in through different organizations, but none of them communicate with each other. It's one of the biggest issues that you run into out there, is that, I'm not going to tell the story because if it ever got back to her parents, I couldn't do it. There are scenarios that have destroyed weeks of my life out there, because the state department, or the Texas Department of Emergency Management and Task Force, which is the group that's searching for these missing people, are not communicating with each other. Sites have been destroyed that were not at the point of where they should have been to have been cleared. I'm watching my words really carefully right now.
I want to connect the dots here. You're saying sites destroyed. Kelly, you told me something about the cabins were demolished really soon. Is that the same thing we're talking about? No.
Is it something different?
These are sites where we were locating people's remains. And when we had them flagged, because that's how you flag them, you called it into emergency EOC, and they would respond, come send people out to pick up the bones, pick up the remains, and then they would have it tested and they would do what they needed to do. There was over 40 bones in this location, and brought in an excavator, picked up every single one of these bones with the flag, turned it upside down, and then brought in another excavator that was on track. So it's a big excavator, like a big son of a gun, picked up a tree that had come out during the storm, and they leveled these 3-foot mounds of rocks where these bones were. The bones had never been picked up. That area had never been re-hit by dogs. And the state said that they were doing what they were told, and that then they were doing it for preparation for ground penetrating radar, which is not how that works. There was so much miscommunication and chaos, and this location that I'm talking about is so close to where it would be a it's a high probability area, we'll call it, that why these decisions were made, I'll never understand. But those decisions within it are what created so much of this chaos. So as groups came in, there were so many chiefs that as they left, there was no communication between them. So you had multiple operations going on during one operation, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who was out here during the debris pickup, as they went from the large operation to a medium operation, they, did enough to where people didn't ask questions, but it was like the detailed part of it to where, these poor victims' families, people that are still searching for loved ones, if they knew this truth, they would be in tears. And that breaks my heart more than anything, is to know that the answers that some of these families are looking for could be answered if things would have been done in a different, more coordinated effort. And that's in the long run aspect of it. At the beginning part, I still will always say, like I said before, it was so chaotic. As much done could be done, but it's this long term, through the multiple stages of what it looks like as they close this out. We get closer, and as people move away, or these groups move out, the news moves out. And so it's left to volunteers like myself, Rampart Vigilance, another group that's out here, people who are still searching, still cleaning. It was left to us to be the ones that made sure that all of every nook and cranny, we could call it, was searched.
Mm-hmm.
That was left to us. It wasn't there's task force that's still out here occasionally. Apparently they were out here till about February. We've been actively doing this since then. We cleaned the river, but we hope to find that young girl, and we're the only ones left out here. The state is cleaning, but that's it. They're pulling stuff out occasionally, but that's it.
So they found everyone who was missing except for one.
There's two. Seal Stewart from Mystic, and then Jeff Ramsey, who is a Navy SEAL who was camping at HTR, which is in Ingram. And he is still to be recovered.
And Ryan, when we think back on the timeline, nearly everyone was found was found within what time frame, would you say?
I mean, the ones that we discussed, the 119, many of them were found within those first 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Within I'm not going to give you an exact number, but I mean, it was, there was a point to where within a few weeks that we were not sitting there going, are we looking, how many people are we looking for? We were at that point at least a little bit more specific on what we were looking for. It wasn't a broad question we were asked or answering. It was a very specific one. But I would go with, I think it was about 2 weeks, but within the first couple of days, as that water went down, it was pretty quick that victims were starting to get pulled out.
Yeah, because I was thinking it was maybe almost all there was not anyone within 48 hours that was
I mean, there
discovered
was
to be
it was
alive, for sure.
well, yeah. Well, I mean, it went from search and rescue to search and recovery in a practical sense very quickly. It was, they said search and rescue, but based off the water flow, all of those things, it was a search and recovery effort very quickly within those first 20, after those first 24, 48 hours of the flood, because anybody that was pulled into that water, I breaks my heart to say that I can't imagine how anybody could have made it through, you know, especially coming up from as far up as Mystic and those camps were.
So nowadays, you're still working with the search and rescue group. Are you alone? Do you have people helping you?
It's me and a few of my buddies who we clean the river, and what we're doing is we contract with landowners that have sections of the river that they own, and we dive it. We make sure that it's safe for swimming. If there's any trees, anything in there that was left behind by the state or by any of the clean crews, is that it's searched. I dive. I'm a diver now, I guess, with this all. And so it's like if we find a tree in the water that is big enough to where nobody could have seen underneath it, I'll search that tree to make sure that any victims that may remain are not there. You have to, at a point, change the narrative of what you're saying you're doing from looking for a victim to cleaning the river, because of that closure aspect of it for our community. And and I know that doesn't help with the stewards at all, like the Ramseys, but you do it, but you also are doing it under the guise of still searching for them. You're cleaning the river, but I live here. I mean, that river's why I moved here. I've been free diving it without tanks for ever since I moved here. I will always look for that girl. I will always be searching for that girl to some extent for the rest of my life. But at the same time, it's hard for I can't openly go out on the news, or I can't openly make a statement that I'm still searching for her, because that right there, like we were talking about, that sets us back in the past. That's not a forward movement.
What I think you're saying is, if like a visitor who doesn't know anything about the floods were to visit and go fishing, and they see you out in the river down there, and they ask, "Hey, what is that guy doing?" If the answer is they're looking for a victim, that signals one thing. But if the answer is instead, "Oh, they're just cleaning the river," then it signals something completely different.
It signals a new phase within this recovery effort for the community and for visitors as well, because we are a river community. People visit us. That's a part of the tourism aspect of it. And we don't want people to sit there and believe that this river is dangerous, that it's cursed, that it's all these things. We don't want them believing that. And so if we say, yes, we're cleaning it, then people go, awesome. We know that it's a secure, it gives them that mentality. It's a secured water source, a place to enjoy recreation. But if you keep saying, yeah, we're looking for that missing girl, people are like, shit, I'm staying out of there. I mean, it just sends a totally different message to everybody in general, but anybody who knows me in this community, anybody who's gotten to listen to me talk or type or however you word that, they all know that I'll always look for that little girl. They always know that it's not there for, that's always going to be part of what my story is for the rest of time.
Now, when you say cleaning the river, you're removing large trees. What else are you removing?
So, large trees that can impale. So you want to keep some of these trees in there because it's good fish habitat. It's good wildlife habitat. However, those trees are 100 to 120 feet tall, some of them, and they've got branches that are as big as trees themselves. And so if those branches are sticking up, somebody jumps off of their kayak and possibly gets impaled by it. I want to make sure that those kind of trees are out of there. But because we lost so many dwellings, we lost so many, of the gazebos that are down by the water. We lost whole road systems. We lost all sorts of shit, that it was all throughout that river. And so, they did, the state did a decent, I'll say decent job of the cleanup when it was. But the problem is that, sheet metal, roofing, that kind of stuff that's sharp, that is flat. It sits down in the bottom of the water. And until you get another flood or you get something that shifts it, a sonar or any sort of imaging system's not going to find it. So you do have to get in there by hand. And I mean, visibility is 4 feet in that water right now. And so I just get in and you just keep feeling around. As you do your grid searches, you just keep feeling around. And if you find something, you pull it out. If not, you go, thank goodness that we've got another stretch of the water that is clear.
Now, are you operating in a volunteer capacity?
Yes, I have. Let's say I've brought in, Kelly will know this one a little bit. I brought in very little money, if any, for the most part over the last 10 months.
Now, are you equipped? How are you equipped?
I've taken on equipment through through donations. Through the donations I've got, instead of getting my daughter new shoes, I went and got a new regulator for my scuba stuff. Or I went and picked up whatever it was that was needed for the river and just prayed to God my mom would send me some money to take care of my daughter. I
Do you
mean,
have like a GoFundMe, like any crowdsourcing links we can share with people?
I've got a Venmo for it, but I'm not a nonprofit. I'm not any of that. And everybody that's donated knows me. I've never done it through the way that a lot of people do this stuff, only because it felt weird. I was put in an extraordinary circumstance to be able to make an extraordinary difference. And I don't know, with everything I'd been through in life, I didn't feel like that was a big part of it, but I'll definitely share with y'all my Venmo. And if anybody would ever
You put it in the private chat perhaps, and then we can get it. We have
yeah,
it.
I'll
There's a lot of folks who are very interested and wanting to get your information.
It's weird because I mean Kelly knows a little bit about this about me too, and I think there's a few people I think possibly listening that understand too. I have a hard time asking for the donations part of it. It's the $150 million is brought in to this whole flood through the people, if you will. All of that money is, it's getting dispersed, it's getting used in a lot of ways. However, people are still, the one big foundation was like, we raised 150, we've distributed 60. And I'm like, so if I'm good at math, which I'm decent at, I was like, that still leaves 90 million. Like, where's the rest of this money at? And to access that, they've got so many barriers up on it. And people have started understanding that the funds that they sent in have been used possibly for some fluff, if you will. We'll call it fluff. Call it an SHIT word, but we'll call it fluff here. I felt it feels weird asking for help because I feel like people don't trust where that money was going from the first place, and I don't ever want to be a point of controversy within this flood myself. And if funding is the way that gets me to that controversy, I don't want funding. I will keep doing it however I can do it.
Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I would trust the guy literally swimming in the river every day trying to clean stuff up. That's who I would trust.
I appreciate that. I mean, it's just weird because you see so much of what people were wanting to, what they wanted that money to go to, and it didn't end up going to those things. It didn't end up going to people's houses. They're having trouble getting money to secondary homes. If that was your vacation home, they're not getting you funding to remodel it when, people think of Hunt, Ingram, Kerr County as this very wealthy place, which it is. There's a lot of wealth here. But most of these landowners are generational landowners. They fight to pay their property taxes every year. They own it outright, but they fight to pay their property taxes every year. For them to get $200,000 to remodel their house takes that's their whole life savings. That's plus everything they can get, and they're not being able to get it because it's considered their second home. I'm cleaning the river for a family who it's considered legally their second home, but they've lived in it for a year and a half because they've been waiting to sell their house in San Antonio. Luckily, some churches showed up with their own funding and have put some serious money into it and helped them get their house back. But why are they having trouble when $150 million came in? That's, there's so much where if you look at how this money trickles down from the foundations into these smaller nonprofits, there's so many admin fees, so many different studies or consultants from global empowerment missions, all these groups that, I don't know, if you were a Trumper, you'd call them a deep state kind of person.
Yes.
There's
No, literally.
There's a lot of that out here.
Look, when we're talking about the 150 million, and that's just like a rough estimate, okay? That's not even talking about the amount of sweat equity that came in to literally be boots on the ground, helping work, do things like pull apart houses, help do work, like all of the things that happened, the supplies that came in, all of that stuff, the donations, etc., physical donations, right, that happened. But where did that money get distributed? And I know, Ryan, you are being very diplomatic right now because, again, you live in the community. I don't live in the community, so I can be a little more aggressive with what I say. And I say it stinks, and I cannot wait until those 990s come out. I am ready to dive in.
And that's the big part of, because I was part of, and this is something I'll speak freely about now. I was part of some of this fundraising for the river cleanup. And because of what happened to me 6 years ago, plus some of the bureaucratic aspects of being part of the United Cajun Navy, I was kicked out of funding for purely bureaucratic issues while I was doing this out here. They were struggling, a group that's out here was struggling to get us $60,000 to clean the river. 60,000 when we were having 150 million brought in. And why is there money going into these arts foundations in Kerrville? All these weird things this money's going to, when why aren't we putting it into the one thing that brought us here from the very beginning, which is that dang river? Why is not getting the one thing that put us here, the river, the biggest priority of getting its health back? Because the houses will get rebuilt, our community will get rebuilt, we will heal. But at the same time, that river should be the priority. And that seems like, for all this money, that seems like the last bit of the priority. It's like, we'll get that clean, but we need to make sure that we've got a theater in town that, will provide plays for the rich. It's a very broken system. And nobody's looking at it anymore because the world's so chaotic. It's 10 months out. Everyone just goes, it's back to normal. But if I donated $1,000 to a foundation that was for a flood like this, and that was $1,000 I'd worked my butt off for, I'd really want to know where that damn money went. Pardon my French again. But that's where I would want that money. I would want to know where it went. Because that $1,000 to me is the same thing as $1 million to other people. And so it boggles my mind that it's turned into, we're this far out. They're saying they've only dispersed, what is that, 2.6 or whatever. My math sucks right now. They're only distributed that much money, but they're bragging about it online and nobody's asking questions. They're bragging about it on Facebook posts. Nobody's asking that question.
Okay, I see we've got a comment here. Sorry, Jordan, from Mary West. Hi,
Mary.
born and raised in Hunt. We should have another episode. Get down and dirty with the truth of what happened and what's still going on. Story needs to be told, and I am here for it. Mary, okay.
Hi, just I'll just say hi, Mary. I know Mary.
Okay, well, we can entertain that, at least if Would love to discuss, being able to do that in the future, and you help bring the folks, and we can make it happen.
Yeah, because if we do another one, I'm trying to get on my Venmo thing. I think you have it. You have your phone available, Kelly. I think you have my
Yes.
Venmo thing in there, or you can do my phone number on there. I think if you post
Yep.
it, I don't know. I'm barking up the wrong tree there. But no, like so,
Hold
Mary.
on one sec, Ryan. Jordan, were you going to say something?
I'm trying to move on to you have a video you want to play?
Yeah. I was just saying we could play it while we're talking.
Sure.
Just for folks to get to see it. This is just for those who have not seen this previously, just to give some context about when people talk about, or when we talk about the surge that kind of happened, it's pretty impressive. It's pretty massive. It's really unlike anything. And I don't have the volume on, so we can talk over it. But in the original video, you can hear,
So this is
volume.
that river that flooded.
Yeah, and it comes in literally like a wall.
When was this filmed?
Here you go. Here's Ryan coming back in. Let's see.
When was this filmed?
This was probably, Ryan might know, if it was like 9 or so in the morning. It was a little downriver from where we were
was
talking
9
about.
in the morning after the flood?
Well, after the flood, where we're talking about like earlier, downriver from, say, the area where my kids were. Hold on one second. I'm going to remove Ryan's.
This was filmed on the 4th.
There we go. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But
so this was the morning after the bad night.
Yes, but it's just downriver. So this is still flood day. It's just downriver. Is that how would you describe it, Ryan? Hold on, you're muted. Oh wait, you have to.
You have a duplicate.
Ryan, you're muted on your end. There you go.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we're working. All right. Technology indeed. So what day is this from? Does it say?
This is that like super viral video.
Okay. So that's from that morning. So that right there, like those waters are. So I'm not sure what y'all were talking about before, since I got cut off. But as I watched that, that's the part of this that still will always not make sense to me, is that see how that water flowing? And this is when there are people I know listening right now that when I got cut off, I saw a couple text messages real quick. That water, so when that water's going down, when you have a flood, a big thing that you end up seeing is that there's not as much of the dirt in there and the silt. You're getting this very clean, almost clean, but very less muddy water. That water flowed like that, where it had debris in it, but it wasn't like. So when you see a flood, water comes down, it washes all the sediment in, and as it starts backing up because it has nowhere else to go. Well, it backs up also because there's nothing else forcing that water out. If you look at how the force of that water's force, it's not because of the day of this video. It's because for 5 days, the water flowed like that. For 5 days, that water flowed hard. And that's something that to this day I have a hard time understanding, is that unless water has a source, how does that water flow so hard?
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of those, like I said, there's a lot of theories on what's going on here. You know, like when, you know, when Mary chimed in, and I've got the people who are texting me, there are people here that in this community that sit there and go, this doesn't make sense. You know, they're going through, you know, all the variables, you know, this water here. My pants from day 1 through 3 of the flood, those pants have stains on them that are purple, which is a color of a certain chemical that gets pumped into our well systems. If that's part of the reason the flood is, I can't tell you because that's not what I do. That's not what I am. I am a river rat. I'm not a scientist. But I can tell you that there are parts of it that don't make sense.
And
And
I want to
that,
get back to that because you have a lot of really interesting thoughts on that, and I do want to get back to that. But Kelly, I wanted to ask you sort of on the topic of the financial stuff going on. I know that you've testified before a lot of people, and we'll go back to this view here. How do you get from your story here? How do you get from this happening and then driving home that night to now that there's hearings before lawmakers and you're going to testify? How do you get from point A to point B?
Hold on. Let me pause this because it's just this video is insane. I will post this on my X because I want people to be able to see this video because you literally see it end up like overtaking this bridge that this person is standing on. You see trees going underwater. You see a house going underwater. This video is absolutely insane.
Can you scrub forward to that? I guess I
Yeah,
need to.
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I mean, it's
37
about to like
minutes.
accelerate dramatically.
Can you like
And
scrub
I
through?
didn't want to like I have it playing in real time. I didn't want to accelerate it so that way people were literally seeing
Can you
it
skip forward?
in real time. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let's see. I want you to get to see kind of the beauty of this is like for people. Okay, here you go. So like you're about to get to see, watch this. Like you're going to get to see these trees get taken out and then taken under the bridge.
and as somebody who's lived here for 10 years, watched, like I've said before, watched these floods, watched water rise with 8 inches of rain in a few hours, like we're, you know, known to get at times. It's not even within a percentage of what this is going on here. And I don't know. It's just like when I watch this, it's been a long time since I've seen any videos like this. Like I try not to too much, but it's like as I watch
Look
this and see
look
this,
right there. Look right there. So right
that's
here.
that's Center Point Bridge right there. That's where I was. That was the like that day is where that's
Okay.
where I drove down
In
to.
just a moment, this tree is going to get consumed by the water. Here we go. It's going to watch this. That is real. There is nothing.
There's no AI. That's not AI.
Fake
Yeah.
AI, whatever. Look, there's cars going by. There is nothing fake about this video. Okay. And you hear the guy, if the volume was on, I mean, the guy he is professional as can be. I could not believe that this guy was so kept his cool as best there you see his finger, you know, in front of the camera. He just kept his cool and was standing there like he knew the drill to just keep rolling.
So this eventually gets up to the level of the bridge?
It does. Yeah. You see his finger again right there. Okay. And then it gets up to the bridge and he realizes like okay, look, it's getting up to the top of the bridge here. I mean, y'all, hold on. I'm going to scrub back to the beginning. Let's remember, here's where it started. Hold on. Here is where it started.
So there's there's one of the surges that they talk about. That's the 2-foot surge that they talk about. And then within moments is that 14-foot surge that ends up taking it over. because that's that center point bridge right there. I mean, if you went to this spot in person and you saw, and you could watch this on your phone and then look at the spot, it's one of the more almost disturbing things you would see, because you would actually get this in person. Oops, I think I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This
It's crazy.
in person like view of what actually happened, because no matter how real this looks, or it's real, but no matter how much you look at this, until you see it in person in these locations, you can't imagine that much
You
water
cannot
doing this.
fathom. You cannot fathom. You cannot fathom.
It's nearly impossible to really grasp it at all.
Just like the devastation, you cannot fathom the devastation, like the barrenness, the trees down. You can't fathom the size of these trees until you like see them in person. But we're going to do we're doing our best we can to illustrate. Okay. So basically it's to the top at this point. Now it's like, okay, really, really, really almost to the top. He's all right. He's still all right. Their cars are really slowing down. He's okay. Now it's crossing. Yep. It's okay. It's about crossing over the bridge almost. Here we go.
He has a lot of faith in that bridge, huh?
He sure does. It looks like a, pretty nice, decent, newish looking bridge. Look at how all of this stuff is piling up on the side. This debris is piling up on the side because it's getting hung up against these other trees over here. And it's getting to be quite a mess. Well, there's a house over here. And if you have the audio on, I think there's a cat or something inside.
I don't want to hear about a stuck cat that's about to die.
Okay, nobody's saying it's dying.
Kelly, what kind of morbid
Okay.
stuff are you trying to make us listen to?
It's not more. Who said that it died? Who said that it died? It's right next to it's right next to the bridge. I'm sure it made it out just fine. He probably saved it. He probably saved the cat.
I'll leave my dark jokes to myself. Okay.
Once he turned off the video, here's the house. Y'all, look at this house.
That's somebody's house.
Yep.
And stuff like that. So when a house would go down like that, especially up like towards the Hunt area, it would start falling apart through the water, through the rapids and all that. And that's the kind of stuff that, not as much now, but at a point, groups like Rampart and all that, we were pulling out of the river. I mean, that's, it wasn't just trees. It wasn't just a piece of sheet metal. It was whole sides of houses that were getting pulled out of the river.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all this debris that you're seeing too, at some point has been filtered through. Personal remains have been brought out. I mean, it's been a long time, like I said, since I've seen these videos. And as I watch it's crazy to think how far we've gotten through all of this.
I mean, vehicles, RVs, trailers, everything imaginable.
Because the other part too is that how the Guadalupe work out these hiccups. It's too many nicotine pouches. How the river works is that it flows and it has pinch points to where the velocity picks up, and then you get to areas down the river like Ingram Lake, Nimitz Lake, Kerrville Lake, and then down in Center Point where the river widens out. And so what happens is you get these push points, the water goes through, picks up that velocity, and then it hits these wide areas, and so it loses velocity. Where it loses those velocity, like I was saying, are our lakes that are dammed up in the river. Within those lakes right now, you can take a drone video over it, and because their excavators and their removal equipment couldn't reach that far, we still have trees, or we still have cars, we still have diesel tanks, propane tanks, all sorts of very large man-made items that are pollutants, certain other things that are still sitting in that river.
Mhm.
And you see, before we take this just off the screen, then you see the video basically ends right here where the water has completely crossed over the top of the bridge. They have crossed, barricaded off the bridge. Yeah, and there's just a massive amount of, not only water, but various debris and whatnot coming
Right.
across the top.
So that bridge at Center Point, if you had I wish I had a picture of it available.
And that's within 30 minutes, you guys.
By the
Within
time the flood was
30
done, that bridge
minutes.
was 15 to 20 feet high in places of debris once all of it was said and done. It went over that bridge, and I mean, it was
There
displacing all sorts of stuff over
to
it.
there. From let's remember, from there to to
For people
completely
for
wild.
people listening only, we start off with a small little stream, and then it comes up what seems like 40, 50 feet up to the bridge where the person is standing, and it's basically up to the bridge.
It's crazy. Yeah. Just unprecedented for that area, I think, right?
No,
Ryan?
yeah.
So
I mean, you could glue three or four floods together, and you wouldn't get that are big floods, and you wouldn't get anything like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get to the last two plot
Sorry,
points.
I know. We have so much. There's so much to talk
So
about.
the last two plot points are like testifying before lawmakers, and then what
Yes.
we think might have happened. I want to get to those real quick before we end.
Okay.
How do we
Yes.
get so that we have like a complete full story, even if it's not as detailed in some of the spots?
Yes.
How
of
do
course.
we get from going home that night to realizing something is wrong to now there's hearings about it, and I don't know if it's Congress or who it is. How do we get to that point?
Yeah. So, and I would love to be able to, if I can, share just some of my testimony as well. Just because it's raw for me, but I think that it's important to get to be able to share that because we're all friends here, right? Share a little piece of my heart. And do you have that? Okay.
I think I do,
And
yeah.
so basically, I mean, I'm just I'm someone who can't just sit by and what's that?
I pressed the button for it to add to stage, and it does not add to stage. I would like for it to add to stage.
Okay, maybe I need to take something off. How about you want me to take something off?
And now mine disappeared. I don't understand why. I wish that when I press the button, it should do what I ask it to do. Here we
Okay,
go.
I can take.
Now
There we go. Okay,
I would
so
really prefer that it
yeah.
do what what's the context of the hearing?
So yeah.
Can you
So
tell that I'm getting impatient now. I'm getting so impatient.
That's okay.
Sorry, what is the context of this hearing?
So I'm just not someone who can sit by and, take the status quo and wait for someone else to handle it for me, I guess. Never have been that way. And
The Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding.
Yep. And so I drove my booty up to Kerrville and went to show up there, and I was quite nervous.
So this is in Kerrville. This is in the same city. Or the same town.
Yes. Yep. So yep. So about at that point, it was like 4.5 hours or whatever that day. and was like, anyway, I ended up being the only camp parent who testified that day. And I felt bad going into it because
I just want to know like what's going on here.
yes, yeah, sorry. But this is
Who
important. This is hold on. Let me just tee this up, Jordan. Okay, so I'm the only camp parent who's testifying this day because they're holding a special hearing to start. They knew that so there was a special legislative session. Okay, Texas only holds their legislative session once every 2 years. It's very odd. Okay. But that's the way they do it in Texas.
I don't understand their legislative session. So the purpose of this committee.
This is why this is please let me explain to you. So they were out of session. That's why so they were out of session. That's why they're holding this special session.
And who is they though?
This committee.
And is this like a state level? Like who are these people?
The Texas, yes, this is a Texas legislative committee composed of House and Senate members.
These are House and Senate members for the state.
Yes.
Okay. And this is a committee made of those people, and they're coming down to Kerrville as a special committee that usually doesn't meet, but it's important enough that they met for this.
Yes.
Okay.
Because yes, typically the Texas legislature is out of session, but because this was such a big deal, they convened for this situation.
Now, an analog, just so that I understand fully, when you see like committees in like federal, like DC Congress, you see committee for this, committee for that. That's the same type of deal as this?
Yes. When it's a special investigative situation, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
And
what made this unique is because they came on site. So they ventured out of the Capitol, and given the fact that Kerrville and the Kerr County was going through a lot, they ventured out of Austin and our state capital and made it to Kerr County, where sort of the primary incident happened.
And why?
Because things were in ruins.
And they wanted to see it for themselves.
Yes. And so some of them saw it for themselves, but also because they wanted to hear from the people. And granted, the people, were still in very much recovery mode.
Mm-hmm. And their
didn't
goal
really have the means or resources necessarily to go spend a day in Austin.
And
I mean, Ryan, I mean, you were living this, right? I drove up from Houston, but I mean, what would you say? Because this is where Ryan and I first met.
Okay.
Ryan, what were you hearing at the time? What was your understanding
of the hearing was, from what I understand, to address what was going on, to kind of come up with the beginning process of a solution, I guess you could say, is from how I remember it, and to understand what people's thought processes are, what went wrong, really start to build up a general overview what happened, is how I really remember that hearing happened. Problem was, though, is they didn't want the truth being said in that hearing. They needed people like Kelly. This is what I got out of it. People like Kelly. They needed people like Ann Carr, other people I know that testified in this hearing. They needed these people with emotions who were going to talk about what happened to loved ones, etc. However, there are people like my buddy Camden who Kelly, you remember how he got arrested outside of the hearing so that he could never testify?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
There
why you said
are
they didn't want to hear the truth?
that's why I'm saying they didn't want to hear the truth, because Camden has a memory that I will never be able to explain to somebody, but the fool doesn't forget things.
Camden?
Yeah, a buddy of mine, Camden. He
Okay.
doesn't forget things. And he let's just go with they knew that he had built up enough evidence, he built up enough knowledge of what happened and saw enough, because he's a resident of Ingram, so he was past that checkpoint. He was down there in ground zero, and they found a way for him not to be able to testify, and let's say they executed on that.
And how long after the event was this hearing or committee?
So this was on July 31st. The event happened on July 4th.
Just about a month ago.
Yeah, just under a month.
And when so who testifies here? You're the only.
So when you arrive at this event, none of us had any idea if it was essentially a public hearing. All right. We didn't have an opportunity to sign up ahead of time. There were no real, you could, if you wanted to put in an interest form or something like that, but you had to sign up in person, and you weren't on the list until you got there. So you had to show up, you had to put your name down, and you had to sit your butt in that chair all day long. And when I say all day long, Ryan, you can come closer to the camera again, because we're talking all day.
I went home. I went
long.
home. I went home thinking I was going to testify that night, and I think I woke back up at 12:30, looked at my phone, and they were still going, and I just sat there and I was like, "There's no way I'm making that." I mean, they were there all day, and I think that was another part of kind of that. Like I was saying, they didn't want the truth there. They wanted these emotionally charged testifiers, but they didn't want people with the rationale and the experience and the ones who saw firsthand what was going on out there. They didn't want them, and I think that's why they took it in so late. They didn't end up calling a lot of the people that had turned in sheets to want to talk, because my name was never called. Even though I didn't go back, I knew somebody there. My name was never called. Would I have been rational at that point? I don't know, but it showed that they were not there to hear the whole story. They were only there to hear what they wanted to hear.
All
What
right. So
type of people
I'm
are
sorry.
on the committee? Is it people who have a background in this kind of stuff and they think they know everything because they have some kind of background in it, and they just want to help people who are sad, but they don't want to be told what to do?
So here's the other thing is that, in 2016, it was 2016, yes, we had a flood on the Blanco River, which is, I don't know, depending on where it's at on here, you're about 40 miles from that here in Kerr County, maybe 60 miles from that here in Kerr County. There was a young girl that was never recovered from that flood. During that time period, there was a big push, just like we had during this flood, to have warning systems put in throughout the river. That was denied, and the funding, I can't remember exactly how it went, but the funding, the voting on it, all that, they ended up not doing this. If they would have put in that alarm system, maybe the things that wouldn't have happened during this flood wouldn't have happened. That's why I believe they don't want the truth. That's why they're focusing on Mystic, is that because this has already been an issue, and it was supposed to have been addressed, and the state fell flat on their but actually trying to take or addressing it. They let it fall through the cracks. They didn't do it. And that's why it's easier to have it's easier to have this, evil family, apparently the Eastlands, like to blame it on as opposed to looking at themselves. That's, they've done a lot of distracting from when I believe the people that we need to be looking at are the ones investigating. Well, just like how the world is right now, I feel like we need to be investigating the investigators.
Ellie?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, it's, sorry, no, go.
Did you want to say something before I go ahead and play it?
No, no.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Raybon, and I am a mom from Houston, and Representative Johnson, I am one of your constituents. So on July 4th, I got the text that is every parent's worst nightmare, that my sons were caught in the Hill Country flood at Camp La Junta. I raced to Kerrville to learn that my 7-year-old, just finished kindergarten, Brock, had survived only because his brave teenage from the bottom bunk to the top bunk to the rafters of his cabin, riding out the storm as the structure literally fell apart around him. My 9-year-old was in a higher cabin, and for 12 agonizing hours, he had no idea if his little brother was alive. Today, my sons are physically safe, but for our family, the storm is not over. Brock scans every room for higher ground. He checks the weather constantly. He battles nightmares of water dripping from the ceiling or his mattress being wet. His fear is so profound that he's now anxious about the tsunami in Hawaii. He lives with the terror that no child or any person should have to carry, but so many of us now do. I have tried to find help. I've asked the camp. I've asked FEMA. The answer is the same. Sorry, we don't know what to tell you. You're in Houston. While Texans are showing up for each other in extraordinary ways, and the people here are just phenomenal, I shouldn't have to rely on a Facebook group of volunteers to find trauma care for my children. I'm a former journalist, and I understand how politics work, and I pray that these hearings are more than just for show, because every day that we just focus on political posturing instead of people is another day that families like mine are falling through the cracks. And as Representative Moody noted last week, we are better than this. Please remember that this disaster impacted families from every corner of Texas. I pray that this beautiful community gets every resource it needs to rebuild, but do not forget the thousands of us who were just visiting, who are now weathering the storm alone from outside the disaster zone. So today I have a couple of simple urgent requests. First, release the emergency funds for the recovery now. It seems obvious, but apparently it's still hung up. Second, make mental health care a central funded part of the state's official disaster response. That means creating a system to identify who is impacted and proactively providing them with care, no matter where in Texas or beyond they call home. If they were here, they need help. And third, after hearing about the camp emergency plans or lack thereof, please address that. That should be mandatory and frankly published on every camp's website for the public to view, not just in an office somewhere. My sons didn't ask for this tragedy, but as their mom and a lifelong Texan, I am firmly asking for your help. It's time for the state government to do its job, and please help the wounds that cannot be seen, because they will not heal on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Why did it matter that you were in Houston, the FEMA response?
Well, apparently to FEMA, it mattered because we didn't qualify for any emotional assistance, any sort of assistance. We were not victims. The boys were not victims of the flood, even though they were physically there. And, Brock especially looked death in the face.
Yeah.
Because so from what I remember is at the very beginning a big a mistake they made, how some stuff kind of got screwed up was that you didn't qualify for the mental health stuff from the state unless you lived actually within the recovery zone.
Yeah.
And
And you
then
saw
that's where Kelly, I mean, after that hearing, I remember when you met in the back with whoever that one Congress lady-ish person,
yes,
whatever it is.
yes, Kolkhorst.
Yes. She finally came back there and was like, we're going to get this taken care of. But unless Kelly would have said something, that issue could have gone on for months because nobody may have addressed
years. Years.
Was it
You
fixed?
know? Yeah.
Was it fixed?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
You got
So
that
that was
fixed?
just one aspect. Yeah. I mean, and at that point, like I was the first camp parent to speak up.
I think a
And
lot of them were scared at that point too.
of course, yeah, yeah. So I knew that I had to use my voice. I knew that God gave me a voice. Stuff happens, okay? Stuff happens in my life. And I have been given a voice. And so I just know that I have to use it, as hard as it is at times. And so that's why I get my butt up every day, as hard as it is, and I'll drive wherever I need to go, or I'll get on this camera and this mic and I'll cry my eyes out, as hard as it may be. And I suck it up and I do it. Because somebody needs to hear it.
You talked about the emergency plans and posting it on the websites. What can parents do to better not prepare for, but anticipate this kind of thing? Maybe not just floods, but just in general, natural disasters.
I think just ask more questions, not take things for granted. It doesn't mean that you're a bad parent or that you are dropping the ball by not asking those questions, because you do understandably make an assumption, right? That a professional has taken these things into consideration when they're running a professional licensed operation. But apparently you can't take that for granted. And you can't take for granted that our government has certain laws and regulations in place to protect you either. And so asking questions is important. Being the squeaky wheel is important. And as they say, there's no such thing as a stupid question, right? Just you would rather ask the question.
And I think to top on to what Kelly's saying too, I think there's a part of it as a parent. I've got a 7-year-old, almost 8-year-old daughter next week, and what it taught me as a parent is that a lot of this awareness starts at home. I never thought I'd walk my daughter through protocols for an emergency, in this world, but this taught me that, if we go to a certain area or there's a certain thing that you can do, that there's ways that you can prep your kids to understand what they could possibly get into. And, asking those questions is a huge part of it, because you need to know the answers of some of the things you need to talk to them about. But I've realized more and more that so much of this starts at home. So much of this starts with that awareness to your kids that, this is what could happen and all that, because if they get in that situation, they know that the one person that cares about them, or the people that care about them the most, are the ones preparing them for this. And that gives them a different strength. It gives them a different level-headedness almost in that way. But yes, like Kelly said, though, asking those questions, being, for a parent who's going to send their kids there, because my daughter may be going to camp next week just south of here. If she does that, it's understanding it, and then understanding it to a point to where, you can look at your daughter and or your child and say, you're going to be safe. You're going to do this. Listen to what they say, making sure that they understand that if something bad happens, that there's always a solution out there.
Yep.
As
I
we
also want to say too, if Jordan, if we can, not to be too redundant, but I am so proud of my boys. If there's any way that we could also play the other one,
Which
would it be
one?
okay if we could pull that up too, if you
Oh,
have it, or
that's their testimony. Yeah.
yeah, I would love to be able to share that too, because I am so proud of my little guys. So do you have that?
Is it the
If
Today Show?
oh, no. I'll pull it up though.
ABC News?
No, they went to Austin and they testified actually before the legislature.
Oh, so it was another hearing. That's right. You just told me that.
Yes. I'll pull it up though.
I don't immediately see it, but I don't know what
Okay.
way to
No
search
problem.
for
No
it.
problem. I'll pull it up. But while I am grabbing that, I just wanted to say that, like, I don't know where I was going to go with this. I mean, we've learned so much from this experience, but it haunts us every single day. Like, I mean, Brock, as you guys, if y'all have followed me for quite some time, you probably know Brock's like sleeping underneath my feet right now. He's been asleep under my feet for a long time. bless his little heart. And he's my little angel. Okay. And Ryan has had, I guess I would like to say, the pleasure of getting to meet the boys a few times. And they're super special little guys. And I just think that they're meant to do special things. And they have a testimony, but so do the families who lost their loved ones too. And so it's like, it's with very mixed emotions that I would talk about this stuff, because you feel this level of guilt. I'm very involved in the survivor community in this space. Okay. When it comes to like therapy and all this stuff, right? Because I want to help people who are recovering, and we're going through different journeys. And there are people who have lost not just physical things, but loved ones. Everybody has a different story. And so it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't have the right words. I don't have the right words. So all I can do is share what I can share, and just know that, like, I'm not going to say the right things all the time. And I'm sorry.
I think I found one, but it's really tiny. Is it?
Okay. Ryan, how do you work through that when, like, because randomly you're probably like running into people who maybe sometimes like will have lost a loved one or a friend or something.
As you know, my journey through this has been something I would have never expected. Knowing the Stewarts from childhood, knowing Abby Pohl's uncle from childhood, knowing some of these people in my community that lost loved ones now, and all of that. Most people just want somebody to listen to them. That's really what it comes down to is they are all of our experiences with this were all different. It all affected us in different ways. You know, what may be truth or something that you feel like somebody needs to say is not always what needs to be said. It just needs to be letting them say what's on their heart and their mind at that point. Because, everyone, when you go through the stages of grief, everyone goes through it at different state, different points. The state, the different stages of it come at different, in different um time periods and in different progressions. And you you just have to let people feel what they need to feel to process this because as I got to know Brock and Braden, when I first met them, they were scared of so many things. They had been impacted so strongly by this. But then as they got to know me, who's somebody out there searching the river, doing all these things, it brought them a peace. It brought them a different connection to what they had been through on a different side of it. And that different side of it was more of a side of hope. And that's what right now I'm seeing with so many people is that the grief is there. They have either lost a loved one, a house, whatever it may be. The grief is there. It's now giving them a hope that somebody may not have to live through what they've lived through, a hope that, you know, a community that was so torn comes closer together and heals and gets to, keep moving on. That's what I've seen the most part of is that it's providing hope to these people and really, when we address what happened, addressing it, talking about the solution, finding out what the problem was, and really moving forward because when it's part of your community that you live through this with, when you keep going back in time, the community never heals. But the problem is too, the community never heals as well when they don't have the correct answers. When they don't have any answers to what's going on, they can't heal as well. So you kind of ride a fine line between those two, between not going to the past, but also giving everybody the answers that they need for an event like this.
Is this the video? Kelly?
Sorry, I had my mic muted while I was trying to make sure that I had it pulled up.
Or do you have it better?
Yeah, I just downloaded it and I think I just
there it is.
Yep. I think you can just put it in there and then maybe you just start it there. So let's see if that plays.
Still tiny. I can't seem to unmute it.
Oh, is it
won't
not?
let me
Is the
unmute.
audio not? Oh. Okay,
Does it
hold
have
on.
audio?
Yes, it has audio. Hold on. I tried to download it from my. I mean, you can play it from
It's the same size, so I really wish this button would let me add it to the stage. I don't need to press remove. Here we go. Like if I press add to stage 10 times in a row, it should add it to the stage, in my opinion. I should not have to go hunt for the one that's already on stage and press another button. Okay, I think the audio should work.
There you go.
On July 4th, and they are alive.
Are there any
Yeah.
specific parts that I should play? Because it's
Just
15
I know
minutes
that it's a
long.
long video, so you can just play like the main. You can kind of just play the main part, and then you're going to hear the representative who she speaks to the boys, and I think that'll like capture most of it. Yeah.
Okay. Why does this always mute?
But because of the quick thinking, brave teenage counselors who saved them. I wasn't sure that I would speak again, but yesterday my 7-year-old Brock looked at me after hearing about some of the testimony from earlier this week and said, "Mom, can I please go and tell them what happened?" Like that campers practiced emergency drills on day one. My sons say that that never happened. We heard that there was an overnight security guard. So my question is, how did an entire dining hall start to fall apart without anyone noticing or calling? It was pure chaos at Camp La Junta that night. I still don't know what their emergency plan was, but whatever it was, if it even existed, it failed. And they're just lucky that all the kids are still here to tell a story. The truth is that it was the brave teenage counselors with no direction from leadership who saved my son's life. They are the heroes of this story. And any testimony that does not acknowledge their pure courage and bravery is quite upsetting to each of us. And I'm speaking on behalf of so many who don't have the courage to speak up today, but they will at some point.
I said pause. I said pause. I didn't say, okay. Okay, I'm trying to find the part where they're talking, I think.
I think you're gonna have to go back a little bit.
Go back. Because I don't want to be rude, but I'm trying to find the part where they talk. And it muted again. I didn't mute it.
Well, thank you so much for being here and for you all being
this morning. Continued to reach out to us ever since then. If either one
should go back a little bit more
lately.
I mostly.
I think you could go back a little bit more.
Really. Well, when I see the rain, I mostly think, well, yesterday there was really hard rain and, well, I wouldn't say flooding, but where my dad lived, there was like high waters a little bit. And that kind of freaked me out because I went through something that I probably shouldn't have, but camp that day affected me, and it will probably for the rest of my life.
You were worried about your little brother.
Yes.
Makes you a really good big brother. We really appreciate you coming. Brock, we're so proud of you and so appreciative that you would come. How about when it rains for you back home?
I'm scared.
You get scared? Yeah. Did you get scared before? Yeah. So before the camp experience, you weren't scared of the rain. And so do you know your mom has wanted to make sure that y'all get all the support and help you need, right? Yeah. Well, we're really proud of you both and appreciate you being willing to come to Austin. You represent a lot of little boys and a lot of little girls that need us to do some good work. So thank you both.
Chairman Dorn.
Is there any other parts? Or are there any other parts?
Yeah, I mean, they were very complimentary of the boys. They asked them some great questions, and it was just, it was nice to hear. And they asked Braden, about if they had practiced any sort of emergency procedures, and he had confirmed on his own free will, that they had not.
Mm-hmm.
So
we can link that in the description, I think.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
yeah. I mean, I know this is getting late, getting long, but yeah, I mean, that's the long and the short of it.
yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
If we can get to one more plot point, I know, Ryan, you have a lot of thoughts on what physically happened. Where do you think the water came from?
That right there is kind of that question that I wish I had the answer to at this point. That that's a question that right now our community is asking more and more and more of. We have a community member who, similar to Kelly, will say likes to dig into things that don't make sense. This person has, started exposing concepts about aquifer issues, about how our city treats wastewater and how it gets put into our well systems and how the chemicals they use could break down, the aquifer shelves within it, and how the weight of the rain that night could have blown it out. There's things that are said that, as somebody who's lived in that river to the extent that I have since that flood, they if you start looking at them from a very stand backish point, I don't know how to say that right now, so late. When you look at it from that point, it starts to make sense. But if you say this to somebody who is looking at it from the outside in, it sounds like a bunch of made up chaos almost. And I'm not a hydrologist. I'm not any of these things that would be needed to, make these assumptions. But as somebody who lived in that water, like I said, I had purple staining on my pants. That water flowed for 5 days as if it had a source, not as if it was a flood that had been backed up. There's
Yeah.
just these weird things that once you glue them together as somebody who's lived in it, it doesn't make sense. Could I
You had
tell
said
you? Oh,
you had said something about cracks underwater that were sharp and not.
yes. So as I dive through the river now and cleaning it and all that, there's springs throughout so how our river sits is it's the top shelf of the aquifer system. That's just what the river is. It's just where the water comes up through the springs that's popping out of that aquifer system. When that happens, you'll have springs throughout the river. Well, now as I'm diving, there are areas where in the middle of the river there are cracks that you can reach into that springs are getting pushed out of. Well, older springs, most of them are not this open. Two, if a spring has been open for that long, water's been running along those limestone shelves. When that happens, you're going to have a rounded off section of that edging where that crack is. These I've reached in my hands, and I actually still have a cut right here on my finger from reaching in one of those when I didn't have my gloves on. So that indicates to me, not a hydrologist, not a rock technician, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't do that. Yeah,
Geologist.
a geologist, a rock technician. That's the dumbest thing I've ever said. I'm not one of those people. I can't tell you that that's 100% what it is, but it doesn't make sense to me as a human being who spent his 10 years in that river.
Is there pressure coming out of it? Is the water kind
So
of
the
flowing out?
pressure, and that was what I was about to get to. So the pressure coming out of it is has a higher significant water flow or flow rate than any other springs. And then there are also some of these cracks where the water's getting sucked back in. There's almost a reverse flow of that water, or however you want to word that, where it's pulling that water back in. Like I said,
And
this
that's
isn't what we do
going
for a living, but
straight
it doesn't.
down,
My experience in that water has never shown me that before.
and that's going straight down into the earth.
That's going straight down into the earth. I mean, some of these holes are big enough to where a small child could fit through them. So some of them are 6
How many
inches
are
on average. They're probably 8 inches wide in some of these places.
How many holes are there?
I've found probably a total of 7 or 8 of them now. And then if you look at, and then what you've seen too from some of these satellite images after the flood, other aerial images that were taken, is it looks like there are large other holes that got blown out of the ground upriver of Mystic. And if you talk about a fort, and like I said, not a professional here, not a this isn't what I do, but when you talk about a 14-foot surge, which is what they talk about as the issue that made it to where Mystic did not have the time to react that they needed to from based on a normal flood. A 14-foot surge, even if a dam broke, even if a tree's backed up broke, because of how water flows and it goes to the place of least resistance, it doesn't make as much sense to me that you'd have this 14-foot surge as much there as you would if it possibly came out if it came out from if it came out from a part of the ground that got busted out.
So,
But like I said, I could be wrong. It doesn't make sense. And that's where it's like people who this is what they do. I don't know if I trust hydrologists who are part of the system, because that's somebody who is, possibly just going to say, no, it can't exist. And they just walk away from it immediately, as opposed to looking at it going, this could have been very much an extraordinary circumstance. A much more extraordinary than what we thought, if you will.
So a hydrologist or geologist would probably be pretty deep into academia. They're going to have a preconceived idea of what it could or could not be, and they're not going to be open to alternative, more extraordinary options. But what my best understanding of what you're saying, based off of very little summary from you, is it's groundwater coming from deeper underground.
So yeah, and if we do another episode on this too, I'll have more kind of to show you, but how our aquifer system sits within the different, like how our aquifer system sits with the different well systems that go through it without it. Yes, that water was, if it collapsed underneath there, if that aquifer shelf collapsed underneath it because of the chemicals they're pumping in, and if you put chlorine, acid, this pomegranate chemical in there, it corrodes the limestone shelving, making it a larger well for them to store water in. Well, if they do that, these walls, these shelves that hold that water in, that keep it pressurized for our well systems, they could collapse at some point. If those wells collapse, that water is going to get pushed around, and at some point it could get shoved up. Am I a hydrologist? No. But that is it as I've seen these things in the water, if that is something that is possible to happen, it does make sense to me.
Now, this idea, you said it came from someone else you worked with?
Wait, so it's somebody. So there's that person is Michaela Taylor, somebody in this community that has just been going at this theory and doing the research, finding the reports, ever since the
And you're
flood
in
happened.
contact with her.
Yes. And the flood and these.
Is she trained in this at all, or is she just?
No, we'll call her a very much Kelly-esque personality, where they, once they start digging and they know it, they're good at what they do.
I wonder if we can get in touch with her.
Yeah, anybody, if we wanted to do another episode where we had, a little bit of more of a panel, more of these people who, I rely on for information, but I don't have the time to sit at my computer for 12 hours and do the studies. I can get these people together because there's a lot of facts for it. Our city, in Texas, we have a group called TCEQ, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. They're the ones that regulate all this water stuff. Kerrville has stopped sending in these reports since the flood happened on these well systems that are underneath the river.
Hey, Ryan, you probably can't see this, but one of our viewers, Puco's Porch, said, my brother-in-law is Kendall County groundwater manager. He tracks the rivers continually. I'm like, that's Kendall County, Texas.
Well, that's Kendall County. So that's one county down. So Kendall County is where Comfort is, which is the edge of our county.
Okay. So that could be interesting, right? Maybe to,
so as you, sorry, did not mean to cut you
some
off.
professional, I mean, I'm sure they may have different, or I don't know if they'd have differing feedback, but
there's there no so there's a lot of people now that are starting to follow this concept. They're trying to either make sense of it or discredit it. A lot of people are just, we want answers, but we don't know what the answers are 100%. These There's people, his name's Brent something. I'll find his name for you all. But he's been studying the water issues that we've been dealing with in all of Texas because of how I said it drains down to Canyon Lake. Canyon Lake has had water disappearing out of it since the flood. Like it's losing like 1.5 million gallons a day, even when we get rain. And what that possibly shows is that these cracks in the aquifer systems are making this reservoir now lose the water that it once was capable of holding.
There were a couple of comments I do want to run through kind of quickly, just because. Yes, and sorry, Jordan. I know it's getting super late for you too. And my goodness, we've chatted. There's just so much to talk about. But I had this one up a minute ago. Christina Little, new cracks because the water hasn't smoothed the edges. Ryan, do you have any thoughts? Because this is like outside my.
So when you go into limestone in general, like limestone shelving, it's not a very hard rock, or it's not a hard substance like, some of these other ones are. So as water runs over it, it's just like a river rock. River rocks are smooth all the way around because water runs over it for thousands of years, however long. These cracks that I'm reaching into have not had water at least from what I'm feeling. There's not water having been running over them for that long. They do feel like much newer cracks. And like I said, I've been diving this river, not with tanks on my back, but free diving it for 10 years since I lived out here. And I've never experienced anything like that before.
Yeah.
If you find something like that you're able to reach around, it's a smoothed out surface because of that water running off of it. And so, like I said, this isn't what I do. I'm just saying it just doesn't make sense to me.
What do you think about the plates being overly active?
Yep. So that's the other thing too, is so our county engineer took his life 2 months ago.
That's a whole topic for us to talk about, I think.
Yes. So
well,
he was the one that was publicly known for discussing that this was an inland tsunami. That sounds like maybe a metaphor, or you can look at that as a very literal comment. And so if you look at what a tsunami is, that's an earthquake under the ocean that causes a tidal wave. Well, what if you had an inland tsunami? What is that? That is a earthquake underneath a inland water source that creates a tidal wave. So I believe he was holding, I have a feeling that man was holding on to something so detrimental that it was too much for him to possibly carry.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's the one that said it. He said it in front of Congress. He said it in front of the media that it was an inland tsunami. And if you watch the Mystic lawyers, they've started using that concept as well.
Yeah.
And so I think they are leading up to maybe introducing this concept, but I don't believe on a defense level, I don't think that they could just bring this up and be like, "Look, this is what we think." I think they have to ease this into the public's mind for this to be able to be addressed. But I do believe that they do have an understanding that something else happened, because they are now using the same terms, inland tsunami, that our county engineer was using as well.
When you look at that video Kelly had on her screen, it looks exactly like a tsunami. That's what it looks like.
With that wall of water coming in.
Yeah. The way it grows, it looks like a tsunami. The videos you see of some tsunamis.
And here's another little aspect of this too that I'll bring up, is that, a lot of the people in Hunt and that live on the other side of the hills from Hunt, which we would call Upper Turtle Creek area. I know people that live in those areas who are not dumb people, say. they will describe what people would say was thunder, quote unquote. They will look at me with tears in their eyes and tell me that almost without a doubt in their mind that they don't believe that that was thunder. It sounded closer to explosions. And some of these people that I've heard this from are 70, 80, almost one guy, 90-year-old man who's, I'm guessing, lived through a few things.
When did that happen?
That was the night of the flood. That was at 2, 3 in the morning when the rains were coming down, when the storm was extremely active. And they were like, people were like, yeah, it was, people were like, it was supposed to be thunder, you could tell, but it wasn't. These people are not convinced it was thunder. It sounded like explosions, like something blowing up in a way. If you glue that concept together to maybe the aquifer collapsing, I don't know, maybe that those are the sounds of large boulders within that system crashing down. I don't know, but
People
these are
said that the thunder was louder than anything they had ever heard before. Okay. I heard that. I will tell you, like, I probably have that in my text from my friend Casey, her saying that it was the loudest thunder that she had ever heard in her life. And so, and I remember that next day, well, when we had picked up the boys, yeah, like, or that following weekend, when we'd gone back, I guess, because we had to go back attempting to like trying to get whatever was left over from the camp, which there was nothing. Anyway, someone at a restaurant saying, yeah, it was like the loudest thunder ever heard in our lives. And that's just like something that you'd heard over and over and over again. And so I just have to wonder, like, was it thunder?
Or I mean, if there was tectonic shifts, like they're saying, if there were tectonic shifts, I mean, just think of an earthquake. An earthquake is loud from what I mean, I've never been in one, but from what I understand hearing, an earthquake is not a quiet event, if you
I
will.
wonder if you can look into the
Seismic.
seismic records and
That's-
see. Has anyone done that?
And something else that people have said too is to not look at like the NOAA images or the Google images, but to look at the NASA satellite images from that time period.
Oh, sorry, Noah, the oceanographic. I was like, Noah's Ark, what? The
We don't need to go back to the Ark days yet, but yeah, no.
Although Noah's Ark might have come in handy that day.
I think we'll address this. We'll address this flood, and then we'll figure out Noah's Ark later. But it's there's the imaging part of it. There's if you go onto Google Earth and you go look up, if you go up River of Mystic and you go up towards the mouth of where the river is, there's a part where the trees start coming down where you can see that they're laying down on the in the imaging, but up river of that spot, they're not laying down. Why are those trees not laying down upriver if the same amount of flooding came down? It's all of a sudden there's like a line. Well, that line is where people who have these alternative belief systems believe that that was one of the big blowout spots where that water started coming out. Because all of a sudden the trees are down from that spot down, not from where the rain started filling in from necessarily. So there's a lot of questions through some of the, as you start picking into details on it, there are things about it that really do sit there and you go, this just doesn't make sense.
And someone should, or maybe I can, maybe someone else can look into the seismic records. I think that would be very useful. Chicago Baker, I think she was in the chat sort of at the beginning of the show saying she was having some difficulty becoming a channel member, but it looks like she was successful, I believe. Pretty sure that's on Kelly's channel.
Awesome. Oh, thank you so much, Chicago Baker. Welcome to the club.
I want to follow her. No, I'm kidding.
You better follow.
I mean,
Kelly, do you think the weather modification project caused any of this? Let's try to keep that short. I grew up in Cedar Park outside Austin.
I think there's a good chance. I think when you start tampering with Mother Nature, right? Like Mother Nature's gonna kick back at some point.
Yeah.
And that's
But I don't want to just blame this also on outside tampering, because what was the it's so late now, I'm gonna mess up the phrase that I usually use, but it's something like, this was a natural disaster full of man-made errors, man-made failures. This was a natural disaster full of man-made failures, in my opinion.
Yeah. And that's where, and it's, now we're at the point of narrowing down what are those failures? What are the variables that got us to this point? Because, you know, necessary, you look at, like, it's bizarre. Like we talked about earlier, cloud seeding has been around for 50 years or, for 100 years. If you go look at the patents, why would they just bring that up the day after the flood? Like after girls died, why all of a sudden are they telling us to look at the sky at something that they were saying was conspiracy theory, when all of a sudden now they're saying, hey, look up there? Like, I don't know. I've read enough Twitter. I've done enough in life to where I sit there and I go, I feel like they're redirecting us. They're saying, look up, when possibly the problem really is down below us as well. Now, did cloud seeding play an effect on probably the rainfall? I would go with, yeah. I mean, look at the world now in general. I don't think that's just a isolated to Kerr County thing. I think that's all over the place. But I don't think that cloud seeding and all of that, I think that that's, them trying to point us towards looking into that. I think that's, I don't know if you call it a false flag or whatever, but it's misdirection on possibly what the other aspect of this is to look at, which is the state with no, warning systems in place, failing on the 2016, flood, and then also with whatever possibly happened underneath the ground. That's the only reason I could say they would be like, hey, let's finally announce to the world that yes, we do cloud seed. That it just didn't make sense to me that you would all of a sudden, like, kids died. Let's talk about it now. Doesn't make it, just pattern wise doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Meshel Mabel says, Kelly, I can't wait to hear your full story. When you are ready, you rock and are doing a great job. I couldn't
Thank
agree more.
you. Thank you.
Kelly and Ryan, thanks for sharing your emotional story. Hope it helps in a way. Jordan, props to you, and you did a great job. Everyone did.
Yeah.
ECC Curry says, Kelly, the flood of Lake Travis rose 44 feet in 1991. I lived in Cedar Park. The water was all the way up to our subdivision miles from the lake.
Ryan, you probably have heard a little bit more about things in Cedar Park and the Austin area.
I mean, considering that flood, I mean, the July 4th flood was the July 4th and July 5th flood. I mean, that it extended that storm series extended past just the 4th. They lost a firefighter in Marble Falls. Oh gosh, Sandy Creek outside of Austin near Leander Cedar Park. They lost people and they had massive flooding with, I mean, I don't want to minimize what happened here, but they possibly had shittier response than we did because everyone was focusing on this. I mean, Sandy Creek got left behind, and that so much got flooded within all of that so many places got left behind that should needed the attention that Kerrville got as well. It just happened the day before, and we had a camp with girls that lost people. And so we made more national attention, we made more national media, and people paid attention to it more. But it took about
It
a week.
helped. And it helped that Jenna Bush, you know, had gone to the
It's,
camp, and
oh,
that,
I mean,
like,
no,
there's all this
they politicized it.
mystere, you know.
They politicized
Yeah.
this. They did everything they could to make it a big thing. And you know, it's what's crazy is if you watch what's that dipshit's name? Dan Patrick. Sorry.
Mhm.
Yeah, he is a dipshit. You go watch him, and first days after the flood, he's praising the Eastlands for all the work they did and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And somewhere along the way, he gets bought out, he gets tainted,
Yep.
he gets something, and
You know.
his narrative goes from mystic families, the Eastlands are heroes, to all of a sudden that they are the work of Satan, if you will. I mean, they really, really, really not.
That sounds familiar.
I
Yes.
will you know what? Let me tell you, I'll be real quick. I'll tell you exactly when it happened, Ryan. It happened when, do you guys remember when it made national news when the Texas Democrats were, you know, they'd fled the state and they were holding things up and
They were.
they were causing all the problems, right? So nothing could get past. Yeah, that was the switcheroo. That's what changed.
And you know,
Okay.
because there's a lot of people who believe that this is a land grab.
That's what changed.
There's a
Money.
lot of
Anyway.
There's a lot of people who believe, and I'm not going to say names on this one. I don't want to burn any bridges that may possibly be still standing. But
Sorry, Ryan.
there
I
are
just said it.
there are people who have donated that are massive landowners along the South Fork of the river, and they have donated massive amounts of money to Dan Patrick, Greg Abbott, all the ding dongs up there in our state government. They have donated money to them, and a lot of that money coincides as well in the time period when this narrative changed. That person, from what I understand, would possibly like the water rights because if they owned all the land, especially the Mystic land, and were able to buy it, they would own almost all the water that flows into the Guadalupe. I'll tell you that name after we get off the deal, all that stuff. I don't want to do that one online because I don't, like I said, I'd like my bridge to be there still at some point. But yeah, there's a lot to this to where, you know, there's a lot of people who, you know, I'm not sure on this one too and need more surveys and more studies, but there are people that, you know, there's a lithium shelf that apparently goes from Western North Carolina where the flood was, you know, where the hurricane hit and flood was before this, and that shelf extends from Western North Carolina to the mouth of the Guadalupe. Lithium can't be mined, it has to be leached out of the ground. And so apparently that's another theory that people go onto, is that this was a reason for them to grab that land to be able to leach this lithium out, which is, as we know, one of the most expensive minerals now in the world. Can I prove that one? Nope. Do I believe it? 100%. I have no idea. But that one,
And there were some foreign volunteers who came to help out. But anyway, that's there's another stream. I know Jordan needs to go to sleep, so we're going to power through the next few. Sorry, Jordan. Sorry, Jordan.
For those who don't know, I'm an hour ahead of you
Sorry,
guys.
Jordan.
Emily says, why are they not trained and proficient in incident command and how that works? This should be standard practice in these situations. This was a mass casualty event. I can offer a little bit of experience here. I was trained as a type 2 firefighter, wildland firefighter. I didn't actually get to use that training, but I did do a lot of training and like classes on incident command for wildfires. And there's a lot of training on that. There's a lot of people who are really smart on that. And there's a whole dispatch system across the whole United States whenever you have a wildfire, you have people sent out there, you have all this equipment sent out there. I went on one of them as a camp crew guy, but I didn't actually get to fight the fire. But I saw how the whole system worked on just one small little tiny fire. They have incident command down to the science. They know exactly what they're doing for wildfires, but I don't know how it works for floods. So I would be curious as to what similar infrastructure and systems are in place for flash flooding and how they do or do not compare to wildland fire.
So, from my understanding on this right here, too, is that, when you have an emergency plan at a camp in any sort of public place, an incident command system is supposed to be part of the setup. Who's at posts or what, who is at, stationed at certain things. If somebody leaves a post, you can't leave it unless you have a replacement. All of these things, that is part of what's supposed to happen. Now, like we talked about, much earlier, kind of what I was saying is, you can put all these things into place, a command, an incident command structure. You can do, ICS, all this stuff. It doesn't, it's great when you're working with a bunch of 42, 30 something year old men who get calm in chaos, if you will. Now, when you create an incident command structure and there's supposed to be 17-year-old boys and teenage girls involved because they are counselors at the camp, and then you're also going to put in thunder, lightning, and raging water, you already, based off that criteria, you already have a failed incident command structure because of what's in there. That's why it's like when we talk about regulation, I have a hard time with saying it's just regulation that's enough, because regulation needs to be you need to be able to actually put it into place.
Well, ICS would be something that happens like afterward and like the days, weeks, months afterwards. So I get that as far as like the emergency planning, but ICS is like longer term, I think.
I'm saying like an ICS style structure in general is what emergency plans are really supposed to put in. I'm not saying it's actually like a government search and rescue one, but that concept is what's supposed to be what an emergency management plan is based off of, is how does this command structure work if something were to happen? And then something though that I do believe from my experience within all this, what we saw with the response from the state, federal, local governments, plus the volunteer response, is that if something like this were to happen, is finding a way to, like we were talking about, create an what's it called, an ICS that integrates not just the state and bureaucratic groups that come in, but it helps bring in these other volunteer groups as well to be part of that system much earlier on than later on after the fact. Because right now, a lot of these groups, and they don't deploy any groups until there's a certain point. That deployment of these nonprofits, these search and rescue groups, if it's earlier, you have a better response as long as you do coordinate them and integrate them into the into the incident command structure that you have set.
Ryan, I have a question. So if granted, like camp season is going to be starting in, I don't know, a week, 2 weeks. Yeah, this coming week. Are they ready?
Yeah. I mean, outside of Mystic, I think most of all the camps out here did end up getting their licenses approved for the most part. I mean, from Waldemar to La Junta, I'm pretty sure, to, even, we were talking about Heart of the Hills, the one that was right there by the picture you took. They relocated on the North Fork, and within 3 months, they built a whole camp. I mean, these places, they really did go in and really make sure that they were going to be able to be open. And it's like, kind of we've discussed vaguely throughout all this, 100-year, this is, they talk about 100-year flood, and the last time that happened was 100 years ago, XYZ. This wasn't a 100-year flood And so many people that are locals and people that are that experience within this river who didn't have that emotional impact still see that the likelihood of anything happening like that again is very minimal. And so there is a much less of a hesitation to send these kids back to that camp than what the media is presenting to the public, if you will. Now, there are people who would never go back to those camps. They're going to have that. But when it comes to if you're going to do it based on grouping people, there's a larger majority that would say who are familiar with the area that they would send their kids back. But it's like I said, because of your situation, yes, I see why Brock and Braden would never go back. However, not everybody had that experience. And so there's not as much of that emotional attachment involved to it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's the accountability for me.
Yep. Well, that's why, and that's where it's like there's accountability. There's so much to this, but it's, until we figure out as a society on how this really works so that 17-year-old boys and girls who are camp counselors are able to execute a plan correctly within a chaotic moment, we're still falling short. That to me is where we will always have is we'll fall short until we figure out a way to integrate 16 and 17-year-old boys and girls into a incident command structure.
For sure. Jordan, you want to keep powering through? I know you're so tired. I'm sorry.
I would like to try to pick up the pace a little bit so we can get through all of these. As an ER, this is the same lady who did the last one. As an ER nurse, I'm trained to do that because I'm also hazmat certified biohazard. ICS is the same concept in any event. What I was talking about more was like the specific training that you get, like the specific words, the specific acronyms in fire. And that's what I was trained in. That's what I was wondering how much that training and that rigidity transfers. Because yeah. The next one, Laurie says, thank you me for help with this. I'm not going to read that. Yeah, thanks to everybody. Y'all, there were remains that floated down behind my family's house in Leander. It was so bad. Yeah, that's no fun. Okay, and then Get Crunked and Listen is a regular viewer here. Is this an area that secret bodies may have been buried or poor planning to recover victims? I think that might be back to the part where you said that you would mark human remain areas and then some bad things would happen afterward.
And then there's also the hard part too, is that this is a very large Native American, historically, this is a very large Native American area. So we came across old Native American burial grounds that were brought up. So people were turning in bones that they didn't know were 250, 300, 400 years old. And so there is a lot to this where, there are places where people still may be remaining, absolutely, like we talked about, but so much of this, there's so much of this where it's like you're not going to find a place, I don't believe, where there's any mass groups of people. But what you're finding here and all that, yeah, you're finding so much more than what anybody would have ever expected.
ECC Curry says, Ryan, that's so amazing. I would say so. Hold on. I would say so, period. What they think, tell them you're still looking. Okay, she's saying that it doesn't matter what people think. You should let them know that you're still looking. It doesn't matter if some people are scared off by it.
And I get that, but at the same time, it's my community has to move forward. Like what I'm kind of talking about, and is if you say you're still looking, there's not that moving forward. People are scared of the water because they associate the water with a person as opposed to debris, and nobody's going to swim in that. Not nobody, but it's going to be harder to get that healing as a community with that dialogue going on.
Yeah.
And so, and it's at some point you want the stewards to hopefully start to find that process of peace in the Ramseys of where they go, even if my daughter isn't found, God, it's pretty smart to say that, even if they're not found, that they're set up for a place of moving forward as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think you should be sensitive to that. Buffy became a new YouTube member for somebody. I don't know if it's for me or Kelly.
Or try and prove it. Who knows?
Well, we don't have membership set up over there yet.
Oh, yeah. Dang it.
Not monetized
Well, then
yet.
it was probably for you.
ECC Currigan says, Kelly, I'm the girl from the chat that grew up in Cedar Park. We need to get together. I have some videos to send, comma, also, comma, I think we may know each other. How do I message you? I think they were trying to get around the super chat character requirements there.
Okay. Yeah. So it's in case they didn't see earlier, it's Kelly at kellyraybon.com is my email, KELI at KELIRABON.com. Or you can send me a message, a DM on X at Kelly Raybon, or on Instagram at Kelly R, KELIR. There's a multitude.
And
You
if
could
you want
leave
to get
a comment on this video on YouTube, etc.
and you can get in touch with both of us at tryandproveit@gmail.com.
Boom.
Under the Threshold says, I know this hasn't been easy for you and your family. I think this is talking to Kelly, but man, you're doing an amazing job. Oh yeah, this is talking to Kelly. You didn't let it go by the wayside. You're an exceptional person and a mama bear. So this is clearly not talking about Ryan.
Unless I do
He's a
something about
bear.
that.
He's
Yeah.
a bear, all right.
Wait, I think that's another meeting. But yes.
Because Court says my brother-in-law is Kindle. Oh, we did that one.
Yeah, I pulled that one up.
And then
The cloud seating.
I think we did that one.
Mm-hmm.
And then ECC Curry
Rainmaker,
again
yeah.
says Rainmaker Technology Corporation did a rain enhancement cloud seeding in that storm, and some that were right before the storm. I have the documents for you, Kelly.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to take a look at it, and I definitely think that there is something that could very well could be something to it. I was looking at that even through some tech that I was using like early on. So by all means, send my way and let's do a deep dive. I'm all for it.
And we have a couple other photos that we should probably share that you uploaded, Kelly, real fast
Oh,
before
yeah.
we end. Am I able to add this? Yes, I can. What are we looking at here?
So this is not even during like demo phase or anything, you guys. This is the morning after of the cabin like that Brock was in.
Now, what I was curious about was the cabins that floated, and maybe Ryan, you would be better at answering this. How is it that there's this one video where the kid is standing in the doorway as it's floating down the stream? How is it that the floor is still attached if it's separated from the foundation?
Pier and beam.
Huh?
They should have been on a pier and beam. It
Pier
wasn't
and
on a.
beam.
Yeah, it was a pier. It was a pier and beam building or structure, which means it wasn't sitting on just a hard foundation on the ground. It was done with 2x6s, I guess, running long ways, and so it kind of was a self. I don't know how to describe this, but it's not a just concrete based
The
floor.
floating house from the
It's an
video
actual pier and beam.
at La Junta.
Here we go.
Is this one of the cabins?
That's the one that floated.
Really?
Yeah, I was gonna show it to you.
Yeah, this is 5 and 6.
So
Stages on 5.
okay, so 5 is the one that Brocky was in. This one right here. So they were all in the same structure, right? So okay, like I wish I could go back and go back slightly, just a little bit. Like, I mean, you guys, like, it was, I mean, blown out. So this is when I say that they were all in this, these cabins were all in one. It was 3 cabins for those who missed out my whole explanation earlier. They considered it 3 cabins, but one structure. Yeah. So here we go.
Shit.
That's a bunk bed.
Sage's cabin. Is that wall Sage said blew out? Yep, there's a Zig trunk. I see it. Made it.
Yeah.
And
But if
then
we
we have
start back at the very beginning of it, you can see like that. So that's that cabin that had floated. Okay. And so here's as close as they get to it. It had floated and it kind of came to it had hit the structure of the 3 cabins, the triplex, if we want to call it that, right? So that probably kind of like broke its stride to an extent. And then it hit a tree. And it's my understanding that that is what helped it like kind of come to a rest. Otherwise, it could have been long gone.
And then we also have, I think there was some other one. Oh, this is the one you just did. And then I have this pier and beam. So this makes sense. If that's your floor, it'll just come right off there. That makes sense. Because I'm used to like basements and slab and crawl space. I guess it would make sense if it was crawl space. I guess that's the most similar to crawl space because I used to build houses with Habitat for Humanity, so that was just kind of interesting to me. But I think that's all the photos and videos you uploaded, Kelly.
I mean, like here. I think there's probably
Sure, she can find more.
Oh yeah, you tempt me with a good time. This is also a camp.
Are those chairs?
So let's see. I wish you could zoom in a little more. Is that let me see if I can zoom into it on my screen.
Chairs.
Hold on.
I mean, it's not a boat. It's not chairs.
No, I think that's the side of the building. That's the side of a building. So the large building.
The green thing in the foreground.
Oh,
what is
God,
that?
I don't know. I'm sure if Braden were here, he could tell us. I mean, a lot of this stuff meant something, but I can tell you. Here's what I can tell you, and that we can keep this between us friends here. There was someone in that large building on the left-hand side at the time of the storm. And well, when the camp sent out that notice that everyone was accounted for, that someone was not accounted for at that time.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yep. And that someone would have been the one who may have been, a security guard. who was washed down a river.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I think that's all the super chats. I think that's all the photos in there. Any closing thoughts, Ryan, before we close out?
I think I saw one comment about if they had a map to define patterning about the victims from when it happened, and just wanted to let that person know that that would be awesome. However, because the incident command structure and law enforcement from the local side of it were completely untrained, there was never really a map set up to where victims were found. Most of it was done by volunteers who got together and put their minds together on where they found people and glued their own map together. But law enforcement and authorities were unable to produce anything like that that was actually legitimate ever throughout any of this process.
I think this was a great stream, you guys.
Thank you. Sorry to keep you up so late, Jordan. I want to
No,
mention one last thing. I saw a comment early on in the stream, and I have to just mention it. It's like a good little mic drop for the end. I can't remember now. Sorry, I can't remember now who made it. I might have started if I didn't.
I
Anyway,
think we did all the start ones.
okay, but they had said, wow, basically like sounds like they really needed to turn over the scene pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yep.
And not just talking about the camp, which is what I certainly felt like we experienced. But Ryan, I think that's something you felt like you experienced in your search as well.
No. It was, I mean, that's what this was. It was keep changing the target, if you will, so that you don't know which one to hit. You know, if you create 10 targets and they're all moving, you don't know which one to, focus on and pull the trigger at and shoot at. You're grabbing at all these different ones. That's what they've been doing this whole time, is taking a target, moving it, dividing it into 4, timesing it by 3, adding and subtracting a couple. Who knows? They're doing all sorts of things to make it to where everything is making it to where the script gets flipped real quick, or they make it to where that script that's not even a script anymore. Once anything catches traction, once anything becomes legitimate within the public, we'll call it, that's what happens real quick. They're really quick to change everything up. And that's, from the camps to where when it came to the construction, that is from law enforcement with the mistakes that they made. That is throughout all of it. That is a big thing. That's a big
I
part.
think that resonates with all of us. What we have gone through, we'll say in the last 8 months, in the last 8 months, and for you almost the last year. So you've got a couple of months on us. I mean, I'm with you. So like kind of on the same timeline too. But do you have any advice with hindsight? We can land it on that.
If anybody is ever in the position that I'm at in any form or fashion, within a smaller amount or even a larger amount, the thing that I could always say is make sure you stay stepped back and look at the big picture, because the hardest thing that you'll do is get stuck in one part of the big picture and try to keep coloring that in, as opposed to letting it color itself in by stepping back and looking at all the pieces. When it comes to all the other parts of it, this process, when it comes to a disaster, it is a process. It's a healing process. It is a fact-finding mission. It is all of those things. And it's the hardest part is keeping that in mind, that every person within this process is in a different place when it comes to healing. That's really everything I could say when it comes to hindsight, because something like this is so complex. It's so deep emotionally, spiritually, and psychologically that there's not much you can ever do except for take care of yourself and take care of the others around you. But that's it. This isn't a person. There's, I hate the word hero when people call me that. That's bullshit. We're all pardon me. We're all heroes within this scenario because we all showed up and did the things that we could within the limits that we have, that God gave us. And if you know that you can rely on other humans, then you can get through any tragedy like this at all. You just have to have faith in the fellow man to make sure that you know that somebody's got your back and that people will always have your back. We learned that in Kerr County. We've learned that in the state of Texas. And I think we'll continue to learn that as this weather starts getting crazier and crazier, storms start getting stronger and stronger, questions become less and less answered. It's going to be us sticking with each other to make sure that this kind of stuff, as it happens, less and less people have the long-term effects like we see with Kelly and her boys. That's really it.
Thank you so much for your time. My goodness, what a night. What a night.
What time is it? Oh, 2:15.
I
Yep.
don't even know.
I'm ready for bed. Yep.
Okay, yep. It's time to call it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And if y'all ever, if y'all want to discuss some of these other things more, just let me know and we can grab some people and we'll get this together.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I just put out and then be sure to send me your info so I can put it in the YouTube descriptions, as these go out. If anybody wants to toss you a little something. So
I put some sort of copy paste thing for that little, what do you call it? A XR code? QR.
Yeah,
QR code.
QR code. Listen to you,
I
Ryan.
know I'm special.
Okay.
I put that on there, but I don't know if that works. I'll
Okay.
send it to you. You to put it on there.
All right. Thanks so much.
No problem.
All right. Good night, friends. We really appreciate it. Jordan, thank you for staying up. I know you're hanging on by a thread.
Jordan, it's an honor. It's a pleasure meeting you,
Thanks
brother.
for coming on, sir. I really appreciate your insight. And I think a lot of people really appreciate the service you've put into this.
Yeah, it's an honor to be in this position for my community. So thank you all.
Good night,
Love you
everyone.
guys.
Hey,
Thank you.
night.
Good night.
I'm guessing y'all in this.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.